Welcome. I'm the Color Genesis, the chief host of the Voice of the Color Nation Radio. I'm a culture critic slash geopolitical pundit, bringing you to the height and ecstasy of conversation, debate, discussion, history, geopolitics, politics, making it hard for you to get your Negro on. In other words, in this platform, we tell the truth. We go there. I said we go there on this platform. We go above and beyond where no one else dares to go. The topics and discussions we have are much needed in the community and everything like that. And I hope people could come and take something away from this. I come to you to my community. I say in respect, and it's an honor for me to talk to my people. And I am as respectful and honored that people will listen to me and give me the chance to share my views and opinions. Okay, that are just mine. Remember, these are just my opinions. Okay, people really understand that. They say, "Call it, blah blah blah." Look, because I'm just one man with an opinion, and I allow people to have their opinion too. So you should be respectful, and we're in proper discourse. Everyone has an opinion. I believe everyone should be heard, on this platform. So tonight we have a really interesting topic. The topic is Black America becoming America's ugly man? Now, I said this topic is because look, I don't believe Black America is what people portray us to be in the media, right? I believe there's some people in Black America being used in Black America to do other people's bidding. For example, why is the immigration issue our problem? I don't understand. Why is it illegal immigration our problem? If someone broke the law entering this country and everything, why is that our problem? Why people, immigration, people are going to get deported. And what? Why does that hurt you? Why do we feel like we gotta take on everybody else's struggle, as our own? Why do we feel we have to? We have two congresswomen are out there, two congresspersons, Hakeem Jeffries and this Jasmine Crockett, talk about transgenders as if they're another legitimate minority group. Slowly but surely, the perception of Black America being the ugly man in America. Now, what is the ugly man? The ugly man concept is the man in a society that he's an outsider, he's a other, he's a malcontent, he's a loser. Society, he's bitter with the society that rejects him, and he's basically seen as a scourge and a scoundrel and the low part of a society. And Black people, the more we keep taking on these causes, that's what we're looking like. We don't have there's no positivity in Black America anymore. Everything is hatred and bitterness and just malice. People who are malcontent and stuff like that. Is that the face of what we're going to do? Then there's a lot of Black people who are winning in this country, but people who are winning are made to feel like there's something wrong with you because you're winning in the society. Now, I'm not saying America's perfect. I'm a Black nationalist. I get that. But at the same time, you don't throw out the baby with the bathwater. Our ancestors fought too hard for us to basically throw what we built in this country down the tubes. And I'm not going to let that happen. Just because for a few malcontents and everything like that. These malcontents, they're never going to be happy. And now it's like if somebody's determined to be miserable, that's on you. It's a free country. You can be free to be miserable all you want. But what you don't have a right to do is try to make everybody else miserable and always keeping Black people and white people fighting at each other, and you out there pretending like you the spokesmouth for Black people. Black people don't care about that. Black people just want to live their life. That's what the majority of Black people do. If you haven't figured that out, I don't know what the hell to tell you. Majority of Black people just want to freaking live their life. They just want to send their kids to school. They just want to pay their bills, have a good job, have a good life, and then live your life and die. Simple as that. What's going on, Dave? How real Donald Trump, whoever you are, Thanks for joining me. So that's what we want to do, right? But there's a certain part of Black America that's determined to ugly our name, to make us seem like they're like, first is that we got this Sonny Houston. I don't even think she's Black, but she's up there every day. Her and Whoopi Goldberg, blah, 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 blah. America it is. I think, look, let me tell you something. That inauguration was beautiful. I have to admit that, At a time where people are celebrating, they basically tried to get that Black Mississippi Valley State University for performing. They showed up. In other words, basically, the hold these people had on Black America, right? Basically, you have a president and everything like that, and people are like, hey, go ahead, okay, let me give this guy a chance. We have a new president. Let me be a part. I want to be a part of this country, and I want to be a part of America. I just want to be a part of America. That's legitimate. People are saying, I want to be part of this country. I want to be American. I want to do all these things. I want to see what opportunities they have and everything like that, So then you got people out there saying, no, that's a sin. So in other words, basically, those type of people, I would say, how come you don't support the idea of an Afghanistan if you don't believe, if you are so disgruntled with America? No, 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 no. So in other words, you want to sit here and just be the ugly man? If you really feel like that, look, there's some people saying, look, I'm Black, because of slavery, racism. I don't want to live in a white society. Well, that's fine. It's legitimate. But in that case, what you do is you book your passport, right? And you leave. As simple as that. And then you work with other groups of people that share like mind. You guys could go to Greenland if you want to. You can go to Nigeria if you want to. You can go to South Africa. But for God's sake, you don't sit here and just every day, blah, blah, blah. America, this racism, white supremacy, the colonizer, this is stolen land, all this kind of stuff. You're making yourself look ugly. And you're becoming the ugly man in American culture and civilization. That's what's coming on. I want to see somebody debate me on this tonight, The bottom line, either you basically, like this old saying, you can't beat them, join them. Either you just join the society and just be a productive citizen, or you leave. As simple as that. And people say, Colin, no, I'm just dead serious about this time because as a Black nationalist, I'm tired of you. These people have done nothing to help my cause or anything like that, other than every time you look around, all they do is complain about this. I want my reparations. I want this. So they basically, and let me tell you something, folks. If you think they forgot about 2020, when like 10, 15 cities were burned to the ground, Ebro said results needed. What do you mean by results are needed, bro? Black America, the only result is you're going to have an economy in the future where just billions of trillions of dollars worth are going to be flowing into America's economy very, very soon. So Black America is basically poised to benefit from that, I don't know what else to tell anybody. If you basically want to work hard, you got a plan. Yeah, people need to produce. Complain. But we have a culture of. I see what you mean now. People basically in Black America, it just become a bitter. It's like Black America is like that woman who didn't like her husband. Right? She made this man's life miserable. Then he divorced her. Instead of her moving, he's now moved on with a new wife, whatever like that, new family, and she just basically won't leave him alone. And she is bitter and angry and everything like that. She tries to attack his new wife, new family. She's doing everything to make sure that this man doesn't friggin' have a moment's peace because she's miserable. And that's the problem with a lot of Black people, right, in America. They're miserable, so they want everybody else to be miserable. They want Black immigrants to be miserable when they come over here, right? Why don't y'all go join our struggle? They don't want to be joining the friggin' dusty ass struggle, why they don't want join your dusty ass struggle, that's going nowhere. A struggle just to struggle, a cause just to have a cause, complain just to complain, you know. Real Donald said Black people never represent. I'll make sure. That's funny. Dusty Bro says, salute to all the dusty people in America and those in the continent. We have to choose whether we are all with America or we're going to separate the thing. Yeah, the bottom line is this. Black people don't want to. That's the choice Black America is at right now. If you not look, America basically just had an election, and they had a beautiful inauguration. Now you got this is what a lot of Black people don't seem to understand. You thought you had allies. You thought, oh yeah, between us allies and us other POCs and all that, we're gonna be the majority. And no, it don't work like that. Why? Because after this Trump victory and inauguration, those same white people who were once Antifa and all, they're starting to basically cut their hair and blend back into society. And you're left as the ugly man, like damn man. And all those riots that happened in 2020, that wasn't even Black. Those mostly white malcontents. But think about when you join a white malcontents, they can always go back to being white. That's what a lot of Negroes don't seem to understand. When you're white, you could don't ever listen to what white liberals have to say. They're first and foremost white. They'll use that skin color to their advantage, right? Because they know for a fact of the matter, when they walk down the street, nobody's looking at them and say, look at that white liberal over there, right? But the bottom line, every time you see a Black person, what do they think of? BLM. They think of all these things that riots. They think of George Floyd, all the things that angers them. Crime. They think of reparations demanding. You know, Little John. I am not playing tonight. Do not come in here. I don't worship nobody. So Little John, I'm gonna time you out. I'm gonna give you one warning. I'm gonna time you out. Next time you got it here, and you will not be able to post on this platform ever again. So I'm going to time you out right now, but the next time it's going to be permanent. All right. That's just a little bit of warning, So the bottom line is this. You have people in this country who, like I said, like the Little Johns of the world, these guys not satisfied with being Black, right? They want to be anything but what they are. And that's why I said, the Black people who like ADOS FBA, we were already here. So the Black man in America has become so ugly. Now he's trying to freaking steal other people's identity and name. It's like people look at us like you got people, Black kids, the ace of spades, talking about I'm a native Navajo and that. Navajo's like, man, we don't have a lot. They crammed the white man took our land. Now Black people are trying to take our identity. It's just really sad. The Black man in America is becoming America's ugly man. Now he's at the Black man in America. Who likes the Black man in America? You got Black immigrants are turning on you because of the way we act. You got the freaking Native Americans like they're trying to steal our identity because they hate themselves. The white man is like, we're sick and tired of your crime and all the stuff you're complaining about 24 hours a day, 7 days a week and everything. So Black America is basically allowing, even though I know a majority of us still aren't like this, right? We're letting these people on social media speak for us, these malcontents. Now, I say I'm a Black national. I really believe that there is room for a Black nation somewhere in the world, right? But this is not the way to do it. But just sitting in America complaining about racism 24 and white people is not the way to go. You're becoming the ugly man. And it's reeks of envy and jealousy. And one thing you never do is you never show your hand. If you're jealous, it's like when let me give you an example. Like if you see a guy back in the days, you see a guy with a girl that the girl knows you liked her, and she picks another guy. One thing you never do is show the fact that you're jealous. Now, when you start acting angry and bitter, they know, okay, you're just jealous because she didn't pick you. What you do is you bounce back and get another female and look like you got it going on, like it doesn't faze you. Black people just show their ass all the time, whatnot, that, yes, America basically doesn't respect us and everything. So we're going to sit there and feel sorry for ourselves 24 hours a day, 7 days a day, Well, Rico, difference is I am an African. My blood and race is African. My hair is African. I am an African by race. I may not be African by nationality or the ethnicity, but my race is Black African. That's one thing I'm very clear about. I'm a Black African race, a part of the Black African race, sub-Saharan Black African race. That's where I come from. See, very few black people get up here and say that. That's why I said black Americans become the ugly man, the man that doesn't love himself, the man that wants to be everything but what God made him. The women that want to wear their hair like every other race in the world, African isn't a race. See, that's what I'm saying. These self-hating people. I just see every time I do a show, these people show up and they prove my point. They prove my point. African isn't a race. African is a negroid, sub-Saharan black race. You haven't figured that out. I don't know what you know. I'm a wannabe. How can I want to be something that I already am? That's what I'm talking about. These self-hating Negroes, the ugly man of America, the self-hating Negro, the jealous, self-hating Negro. He wants to be a foundational black American, Just a few years ago, they were talking about how racist America is, the founding of America. Tariq Nasheed did his Hidden Colors, just basically damning America. Now, when they found out that immigrants are here to replace them, suddenly they're like, "No, y'all ain't gonna replace us. We got a special label with Massa." That's why the FBA movement's a fraud. Because these people a few years ago were talking about I ain't American, blah blah blah, Americans this, blah blah. Now they're all Americans now. Now they're wearing the American flag and all this kind of stupid. This guy's a corny. You haven't figured that out. Yvette Carnell. That's what you guys are following. Yvette Carnell. Somebody's mixed race, don't even know who the hell she is. Tone talks and whatnot. I'm an African looking like fucking, look, he's from the Congo and shit. I ain't African. Stop it. So the black man is becoming the ugly man of America. He has beef with everybody. All he does is beef with everybody. He's angry with everybody. He wants to fight everybody. I don't know. I don't know if she's lesbian or not. I think she is. I think her girlfriend or wife is a white woman. It just, so, but she never talks about her sexuality. So I don't really get into that with her. That's her sexuality. She doesn't bring it. She doesn't wear it on her chest. She had a thing called Breaking Brown, where she would talk about pro-black issues, blah blah blah, and all stuff like this. Now she don't talk about that. Really, all I know is when I saw that marching band, the drums they were playing at that inauguration was pulsating. Donald Trump even stood up. That was pulsating. That you felt the friggin' that they were representing something deep in our soul, the African drums in our soul. When I was there at that inauguration, that was a message that the African presence was there at that inauguration. That's what I felt. I don't give a damn what anybody say. If we're gonna have a new administration and stuff like that, yeah, let's get in on this. Whatever, our presence is here. If we're gonna stay in America, let's just make the best of it and do the best we can to build our community and build ourselves up. And black people participating in the inauguration was just sending a message. Yeah, we're here. Until we get ready to leave and build something wrong, we are here. No. Breaking Brown initially was not promoting ADOS. That she only started with that ADOS when the movie Black Panther came out. Breaking Brown goes back all the way back to like 2016. 2 years later, she started talking all this ADOS stuff when the movie Black Panther. She was attacking black immigrants. It didn't start off like that when she was with Boyce Watkins and stuff like that. Trust me, I was there. She was basically talking just basically pro-black stuff and everything. Then she starts attacking the Do for Self movement. And she started talking about, because the bottom line, when you start talking about nation building and building communities and everything like that, no, that was an African-American presence in that inauguration. Nobody gives a damn about no black American. They were basically representing the African-American culture, which is rooted in Africa. Those drums are rooted. There's no black American drum, Well, I don't know what I was talking about when basically I never heard Boyce Watkins mention ADOS, even to this day, ADOS FBA, I mean, she may take snippets out of Claude Anderson, blah, blah, blah. He may have said something about college admissions and black immigrants. But for the most part, these people were not talking about in the broad sense that black immigrants are a problem, right? She started that. And she was angry at the success of the movie Black Panther. She kept saying, "We ain't African." And I believe she went over to Liberia or whatever like that. And came back with a bad report. Blah, blah, we're not African, blah, 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 blah. I think she went to Nigeria, a couple of African countries, and came back with just this negative attitude. And then when the movie Black Panther came out, she kept saying, "Why are black people $25? Black people ain't got no money. Black people ain't got no money." And everybody was like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And she was like, "Oh, the movie's going to fail because black people, blah, 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 blah." Nobody was interested to know Wakanda. We're Americans. And then when the movie came out, she went to go see it, right? Then she said, "Well, I more relate to Killmonger because he represents us in the diaspora," and those kind of stupid stuff she was talking about. That's when it all started. And right around the same time, that's when I met Dinah Samir, 2018. She was like, "I don't know anybody that ever been to Africa," right? Then Dinah Samir comes up, and then he actually goes, and then she couldn't say it no more. She goes, "None of y'all got a passport. None of y'all ain't going to Africa to even visit, whatever like that." That's what she was spewing. She was actually, and then she started putting this, "We're not Africans, and Africans coming over here, getting our jobs, blah, 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 taking our ideas." She was complaining about UK actors getting Black American movie roles. And then she said, she created a distinction saying, "We're the American descendants of slavery. ADOS, American descendants of slavery." And so therefore, that was a new identity she started pushing, American descendants of slaves, or whatever that acronym means, So it is what it is. Well, bottom line, I disagree about Dr. Koran. Dr. Koran was not talking about black immigrants, really. He was talking about Hispanic immigrants. I defy anybody to show me what Dr. Koran was talking about black immigrants. He was talking about Latinos and all these other people, like people from India and stuff like that. He was not talking about the African immigrants. If he did, man, we would drop him like a hat. We respect him as an elder, but if he was talking about black immigrants, then we'll cancel him because I don't play that. I don't play that black immigrants got enough going on, So this is what I'm talking about. The average white person is against illegal immigrants, across the board, criminals, everything like that. Why is it the only people in America that says immigrants is bad are so-called the ugly man, the black American? The black American is the ugly man. People are going to come here from all over the world, right? And people, for the most part, are trying to get along with each other. You go out in the park, you'll see a Hispanic family, a people from a Hindu family. You'll see a person from Nigeria. You'll see all these new people that these newer groups in America getting along and everything. But the black American, he's sitting there angry and bitter and whatnot because he's the ugly man. The black man in America is becoming the ugly man. You see in this chat room right here, "I'm a black American." You just basically you saying I'm the ugly man of America. I'm a black American. I'm an American with a black face. I'm American in blackface. Now, somebody basically, if a white man puts on a black face and walks around and says, "I'm a black American now," you get mad. Because that's all it is. That's all it is. A black American is a white man with blackface makeup on. That's all it is. I'm saying, yeah, get all these people and I will destroy all of them. Bring them up on this platform and I will destroy all of them, White people are talking about illegal immigration. Now talk about regular, because white people benefit from immigration, Immigration in America is good, Immigration is good if it's done legally. But illegal immigration, people coming across the border, I mean, that easy never destroyed me, bro. Nike destroyed. That's funny. That's funny. White people are the immigrants. Oh Lord. So I guess you're Pokey, aka Lil John. I guess you're indigenous to America, right? Everybody else came here, but you're a foundational Negro. Oh, there was no black people. Yeah, right, Dusty Brothers. See, my Dusty Brothers even know. You know, he goes, there was no black people at the Constitutional Convention. There was no black people nowhere. No one give a damn about what anybody thought. When the Declaration of Independence was written, was any Negroes there? No. Was the Constitutional Convention was there? Nobody. Well, at the Continental Congress, right before the government was found, was any black people there? No. You know. Was any black people at the 13, 14 Civil War amendments to the Constitution? Were any black people there signing anything? No. You know? Yeah, white people be angry at H-1B visas. That's the stuff they're mad about. Black people just don't want other people here at all because they're envious and jealous of other people. You know, that's all that is. White people talk about things that matter, like the friggin' people taking high-tech jobs and cutting the professional pay down. Like you got white people that got white jobs, and let me tell you about a white job, a tech job, and everything, analysis tech. They be making like friggin' $300,000 a year, where you can hire somebody from India who do that same job, be happy with $75,000. That's what white people talk about. They're talking about real money, you know. So please, natural moments, stop it. Just stop. You know. Oh, you know. Oh boy, Rico said, "I thought you were intelligent on the point. I am intelligent, bro. You just don't get it, you know, because you're a Black American. That means you're an American in blackface. You're a white American in blackface, you know. Black Americans fought in the revolution. You know, black people were friggin' had no choice in fighting these wars. They didn't gain anything. How can you fight a war that you didn't gain anything from? You know." Monty was there when I debated him. You know, Nick Needs is a clown and an internet gangster. You know, yeah, and a gangster. He goes, he's an internet gangster. He's all talk, no action, nobody, no nation building. Get him, Carl. Yeah, thank you, Bomani. My brother Bomani's in the house. Bomani's in the Hills house. You know. Well, look. First of all, he said, "Call it Afro Diaspora says FBA stand up." That's one movement I am determined to destroy is AO's FBA movement. I'm gonna do everything I can in my power to destroy this movement. You know, after he says you would never find a Nigerian. Well, Nigerian Jamaicans are not on our level. You know, that's the difference between us. I'm not no fan of all my Jamaican brothers and Nigerian brothers. No disrespect, but we've always been on a different level. You know, I'm not gonna get down in the dirt and act like I'm some friggin' village idiot tribalist with this tribalism bullshit, you know? Now, I'm proud of my heritage. I'm African American, you know? I'm not an American painted black. I'm an African in America. That's my heritage. I'm an American with an African story, or I'm an African with an American story, however you want to see it. I'm an American that I'm proud of, and I have an African story, or I'm an African with an American story. You know, a 400-year American story, however you want to put it. But what I'm not going to do is forget where I came from, the race I come from. I'm part of the Black African race. And for good, better for worse, that's who the hell I am. I'm not going to be no Nubian. I'm not going to be no goddamn Hebrew. I'm not going to be none of that shit. I came from Black Africa, you know, the very bottom of civilization, you know. So if you can't, right, brother Money, and we can't even agree to who the hell we are, we ain't going nowhere. And that's why I said the black man in America has become the ugly man. Doesn't know who he is, doesn't love himself, hates himself, and everything like that. So what can he do? So he wants to hate on everybody else, you know, especially people who look like him. These black ADOS FBA, they hate black immigrants the more they hate the Ku Klux Klan. They think they're gonna join forces with the white supremacists and everything. White supremacists will pick the black immigrants over you any day, you know. hold up, the whole thing, the Black America, ADOS, FBA is a fraud movement. I'm sorry to tell you people that you guys been misled. You've been misled. There's nothing wrong with being proud to be African American or Black people, or you say you're Black African American or Afro American. But when you start saying you're a foundational Black American, what the hell does that mean? We never had no damn foundation in America. We're just here today, gone tomorrow. We disappear tomorrow. No one give a damn. People really think you're really that important. Punky Julia said you always downplaying niggas while boosting hunkies. I didn't think people use that corny word, but you still use the word hunkies when not. I'm a hunk. Oh, you white hunky when not. Wow, nigga, take me back to 1975. No, everybody hates FBA because you stupid, dumb Negroes make people hate you. Be honest with you, I hate you sometimes, sometimes I wish I can go to the moon to get away from Negroes. You got all you guys do. We put up a plan. We say, look, we could build, if you dissatisfied with America, let's build in Africa. Let's build new cities, towns. Let's build this African. No, you don't want to do that. All you want to do is sit in America, complain. Then when some Black people say, something, since we're going to be here, and they're captivated by Donald Trump because he's very engaging, They're captivated by Donald Trump and everything like that. And they want to join MAGA. They want to believe in this country. Whatnot, you want to attack them for that. What the hell is it? Pokey just said, it's my big lips and nose you hate, Colin. I don't hate your big lips and nose, The hell I'm going to hate that, Rico said they didn't want you. They sold your black ass. Hey, well, it is what it is, But guess what? That gives me every right to come back and take what's rightfully mine. And I will. We will carve out, God will send the jewel and the spear from heaven and carve out a new state for our people, And that's going to be where the children of God's going to have a final refuge. God's going to do this, You could talk all you want. You could buck dance and bite your tongue and gnash it in teeth like you're in hell. You're gnashing of the teeth. But this is going to happen. So, Brewery says, Carla, I like to say more. What about the marching band? I like the band. I don't know much about them. I just like what I heard. They were playing them drums and whatnot. The way the drums sound serious, too. It was almost like African war drums, And also, I want to get my elder brother Kabil on one night. Because we used to do this thing back in the days called the Day of the Drum. The importance of the African drum, I think every cultural society, the colonization. I used to have this show called the Colonization Day of the Drum on Blog Talk Radio. And we just I would just play drum beats for like 3 hours, of nothing but African drum beats. There's one drum beat I'm still trying to find. I can't find it. This thing was so wicked, man. It just goes, it would pause a little bit. They go boom, 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 boom. There's something powerful of the African drum, and you can see that in that marching band right there. You can see you feel the African drums, and when they was doing that, what you call? I ain't gonna look. It's nice try, Pokey. I'm gonna colonize Africa. I'm not gonna. Why would I want to colonize Africa? Nobody wants to colonize Africa. It's a waste of friggin' money. But what we will do is build a state for ourselves, because you guys only tell me. Because not only that, I think sometimes, to be honest with you, America might have an option to have forced removal from some of you Negroes. If you guys dislike this country so much, you shouldn't be here. The country has spoken. They like Donald Trump. They like all stuff like this. So if you can't get along with this system, then you got to leave. Simple as that. Let the black immigrants come over here. Replace your black asses, So Doge wants to stop making a penny. Oh yeah, well, raise the dollar value. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There's just really such thing as penny stocks. People say the penny stocks, but actually, when I look at them, they're more like $2 and $3. There's no friggin' penny stocks. That's it. When they say penny stocks, that's mean the stocks that are really cheap. They're never actually a penny, 50 cents, 75 cents, something like that. That's what they call penny stocks. or a few dollars or $10. There's no such thing as a penny stock, man. Stop it, Maybe we should take the penny out of circulation, It's a waste of time. And we got everything, Dusty brother. We got Moors, 5%ers, Hebrew Israelites, nationalism, FBA, nigga hunters. Yeah, man. I'm just every day there's some new shit coming up, man. Where would this idiot Little John, aka Punky, said Wakanda was actually in America, in Nevada somewhere. Wakanda was an American. Oh my God, man. It just never stops, man. The mental illness among black people, man, it's just sad, So it is what it is. First of all, they didn't run Elijah Johnson and J.J. Roberts. Elijah Johnson was a warrior. He defeated the Days in battle. J.J. Roberts sent the troops against the British who tried to take over Liberian territory. So these were warriors back then in the 19th century. I don't know what the hell happened to these black people in this generation, but those were warriors back then. Elijah Johnson was a veteran of the War of 1812. That guy was a badass mofo, They basically created that Lone Star Republic, the whole sea of darkness, colonization, slavery, and everything. But on the continent, they created a light for the whole entire continent. They gave the whole entire continent hope to be free one day. So we always honor Joseph Jacobs Roberts. We stood at this statue right there in Monrovia, our group last year, Oh yeah. Wakanda's a small town in Iowa. Oh my God, I don't believe what the hell I'm hearing, man. Check the etymology, nothing African. Oh yeah, Wakanda. That's what these We Were Already Here Negroes did. They said, yo, people feel Wakanda, so it's going to take Wakanda out of Africa and bring it to America. Google it. Well, let me guess, you put that up there. You probably wrote a blog yourself. Said, oh yeah, written by Wakanda was in Iowa, written by Lil John. Yeah, if you want to go 2026, thank you, Frenchie. Email me. You want to go this trip to Liberia with us? Email me. And all our people is going to me. I'm gonna need your deposits very soon. February is coming up on February. It's gonna be 1 year countdown. I need people's deposits by April or May. We got to do this, folks. This is a mission. This is a journey to our future here. We build in Liberia. We build in Ghana. We're setting a new trajectory. That's how you do when you're not completely satisfied with America. You build someplace else. You be productive. For God's sake, you don't sit in the country and oppose everything the country does. That's what I'm getting tired of. I'm getting tired of you unproductive Negroes. It says Wakanda's on Google Maps. Okay, all right. Lord have mercy, Lord. Why do I do this? Like I said, why do I do this? People say, Colin, why do you do it? I have no idea why I do this. Why do I punish myself with this? If I wish to God someday, hopefully one day I get rich, whatever like that. I love Africa. I want to be able to live on the continent at least half the year. Why not? But I would, if I could give up this movement, I would. When I have to deal with Negroes anymore, I would give up. I would do this in a freaking heartbeat. But I know if I walk away from this, the 3 years walk right by and whatnot. And I'm like, I knew I was supposed to do this. So just like when I thought I was out, they pull me back in. The Godfather. But so I'm stuck with this movement, man. This is something I started 30 something years ago, and I got to finish it the rest of my life, doing this. It's not fun. I would tell anybody before you get into any black nationalist stuff, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't not do it. Negroes are not worth it. It costs it don't cost no $500 fly to Africa. The average plane ticket in Africa is like $1,300, $1,400. You're out of Taliban. You never flew before. Where's the extra 35? There's hotels, there's transportation, there's a bus, there's everything, meals, everything's included. It's actually $4,500, and everything's included. Transportation, round trip airfare, everything's included. You can't afford $4,500 for a tour. There's something wrong with you. You need to rethink what you're doing for a living, And I'm telling you, I'm sick and tired of dealing with broke Negroes, So, Rico, Africa does got electricity, bro. I hate to break it to you. Africa does have electricity. Every country in Africa has electricity, bro. Not the best, but they got electricity, bro. So, you're broke, man. I'm sorry to hear that, man. But Tolliver, instead of talking to me, what you should be doing is driving Uber, doing DoorDash right now. You could be doing DoorDash, Uber Eats. You could be doing what's the other one? Instagram, something like that. Instacart. You could be doing all stuff like that. You could be making another $200-$300 a night, man, doing all these things that you getting your hustle on and whatnot. Ain't no excuse to be broke, other than your pride. I mean, look. He said, never. You would rather be broke than get your ass out there, get your black ass out there working. That's the type of people I need. I think Dollar Bill was wrong about you, Tolliver. I thought she was better than that. I need people to say, yeah, Collar, whatever it is, man, I'm working around the clock. When I was a young man, before I got insurance, I was working 3 jobs round the clock. Always had money. Always had 2 cars, 3 cars, whatnot. Always had money. Always had women around me, whatnot. I always had nice clothes, cars, shoes, everything like that. Shoes shining, everything like that. I made sure money was in my pocket. I got thousands of dollars in the bank at any one given time, whatnot. I was known to work hard. So it is what it is. Dusty Bro says, until Dusty gets his money right, I'll be visiting via YouTube. Dusty Bro, my Dusty Bros, man. Y'all got to get out there. All you need to do is go get yourself in a trade, a school, and you'd be surprised. After 5 months, you go to sign up at your local community college for a thing, sign up for a trade program, something like that. Get yourself a steady job, make a certain amount of hour, and then work like Uber and DoorDash and stuff like that part time, whatnot, and supplement it. You could do it. You can do it. Yeah, CDL training, whatever it is. There's opportunity out there. I don't want to hear nothing. I am not tolerating Negroes talk about they ain't got no money. I'm not tolerating that. I'm tolerating. I believe, like people say the FBA, I'm FTA. That means foot to ass. I will put my foot up your ass because I love you. I want to see you do better. Negroes always talk about, I ain't got no, nigga. Because you ain't got, what it is, a lot of you guys don't have men in your life. You ain't got fathers. So I'll be that father figure to you, All right, Wise man. I know he's working a 12-hour shift right now. That's what I'm talking about. I'll be that father figure to some of you because some of you need a father figure in your life. I want to hear that crap, Don't want to hear that crap. No more dusty shit, You don't want to be America's ugly man. You want black women to come back to you and start respecting you again. You want our children to respect you again. You want to get the respect of the white man. You want to get respect of the Hispanic. You want to get the respect of the African immigrant. Nobody respects you because you walk around with your lip powdered out, angry about what somebody owes you and whatnot. Enough is enough. To call you like a black or no, I'm a realist. I'm just telling like it is. It shouldn't have to be a black conservative to tell you this. It should be every black man with common sense to tell you the truth. So Atala says, I'm gonna send my father on a trip to kick your ass. Let him. I'll have a conversation with your dad. I'll talk to him. I'll talk to your dad. Tolliver, do that, man. Send him to Virginia, bro. That being said, I'm open up the line, you know. Broody with this African indigenous crap. Yo, Broody, Wakanda was a fictitious place, man. I love the movie. I loved Wakanda. Let me let me play a video. Let me see. I always get flagged. You know, YouTube's always flagging the fuck out of me every time I play something, you know? Let's see. Black Panther. Black Panther. The, that was the best movie ever made, man. The hell?
I don't care that you brought Claw. Only reason I don't care where you stand is because I know who you are. Now what do you want?
I want the throne.
Hey, you, the tuna.
Y'all sitting up here comfortable. Must feel good. It's about 2 billion people all over the world that looks like us, but their lives are a lot harder. Wakanda has the tools to liberate them all.
And what tools are those?
Vibranium. Your weapons.
Our weapons will not be used to wage war in the world. It is not our way to be judge, jury, and executioner for people who are not our own.
Not your own. But didn't life start right here on this continent? So ain't all people your people?
I am not king of all people. I am king of Wakanda. And it is my responsibility to make sure our people are safe and that vibranium does not fall into the hands of a person like you.
Son, we have entertained the charlatan for too long. Reject his request.
Oh, I ain't requesting nothing. Ask who I am.
You're Eric Stevens, an American black operative, a mercenary nicknamed Killmonger. That's who you are.
That's not my name, princess. Ask me, king.
No.
Ask me.
Take him away.
Ungubani, Indingu Njadaka, Unyanaka Njogu.
Huh? Unyana Ndogo.
I found my daddy with Panther claws in his chest. You ain't the
That was a powerful movie, bro. That's right, man. You know. You know. What you gonna do, Big Cheese, man, when we come for you, man? It's gonna be Wakanda 2.0. African's gonna be Wakanda 2.0, man. Yeah, you can call me Kala Chala. We're not. I have Big Cheese out there and Mbaku Big Cheese. Yeah, man. So it is funny, you know, situation. Why doesn't people ever call in, man? Rico, Big Cheese, all my detractors, man. They friggin' Hey, Bill Scott also ate off FBA. Phil Scott, I don't know. Phil Scott, you gotta say something. Phil Scott is a businessman, right? And he sees there's a buzzword out there people are using, you know. 48th president of the United States. Bro, we tried to build that thing in America, build a system within a system. And it was several examples was Rosewood, Wilmington, Wall Street, all these places, Detroit, all these places were destroyed by white people. And then when ones that didn't want to destroy by violence, they pumped drugs into there. So nothing we do inside the borders of America, as long as we're a minority group, is going to work. Don't mean you can't have a good life here in America, but try to build a system here. No, we need our own land to build our own system on it. We ain't doing that shit no more. If we're going to be segregated, separate, it's going to be our own territory, our own soil, with our own flag, our own military, all that shit like that. Big Chief said, no African or Pan-African will ever get close to me. Yeah. The second Black Panther, I don't even look at that Wakanda Forever. That was basically like George Floyd. Black Panther, they made him out to be like a George Floyd funeral. That looked like George Floyd funeral. They produced T'Challa. They should have recast him. They made, he's deaf and I'm the queen. Kind of not is a kingdom, not a queendom. That Wakanda Forever was garbage. I fell asleep like 2.5. I fell asleep. Halfway there, I woke up. Oh man, like I missed like 45 minutes because I was sleeping. I dozed off. It was so bad, Well, the bottom line, if you say Afro diaspora says it's colonization, Africa using Black American pounds for money. Hey, look, the bottom line, the joke's on it because they let them keep using us for our money because in the end game, when God sends his jeweled spear to the earth and carves out the Afghanistan, that's going to be well worth it. We're only planting seeds. Watering our seeds, we're planting. Everything we do right now, we're planting seeds. These tours, the land we're purchasing, the business connections, whatever we're doing. Hey, what's up, Marishai? Is planting seeds, right? Because one day God's going to open heaven. His mighty spear is going to touch the earth. He's going to carve out a new civilization for us to inherit, and it's going to be on our mother continent. So that's what it is. That's what colonization is all about. So you got to know they make Black American the bad guy. Yeah, who cares? I don't mind being a bad guy. Killmonger was a bad mofo, man. That was a bad mofo, man. I was like Michael. I became a Michael B. Jordan fan after that shit. I liked him in this Creed, the Creed series. Creed 3 was really good. What I liked about Creed 3 is we could have. I like seeing Black people, lives of Black people that ain't always about the ghetto and the damn hood. That's not our freaking life. That's the only thing they monetize is ghetto. We have a whole life in America besides the freaking. Like I said, people don't understand. When we talk about an Afghanistan, we're not talking about escaping poverty, the ghetto. No. Some of us come from the best America has to offer. We still want a friggin' nation of our own to have the best, even better than what we have in America. To have freedom. See what white America has right now with Donald Trump. That's what I want. I want to see a Black family in my land is a first family and stuff like that, representing us on an international stage and whatnot. That's what a Black nationalist is all about. In the meantime, I'm gonna get along with what I can do. Africa's not gonna give me a nation. No, God's gonna give us a nation, bro. Ain't no Africa. God's gonna give us a nation, man. Rico Miller, you heathen. You don't even believe in God, What's up, Ja? Mary Shy, what's going on? What's up, Sip Police? What's going on, brother? He said Shah was a simp. Yeah, he would know. Simp Police, man. He's a Simp Police. He would notice these things. So it is what it is, folks. The question now is Black America becoming America's ugly man? You know, we just had an election. The country's enjoyed, even the so-called liberals who hated Trump now feeling him. Everything. Pretty soon you're gonna have all white America, like 80% of them behind Trump, and black people are gonna be left holding the bag of shit. You know, that's what it's looking like. We're out there. So, but we were used. They told this guy was racist, everything like that. They tried to win the election. Now, basically, you have to basically the fact that this guy won, and you gotta admit it. You know. Oh, Big Cheese go college. Just admitted that you are from Afro Latino, from Cuba, South. You don't have the West African Cuban hairline or the East African the light bulb head, whatever. I don't know, man. All I know is I was born in New York City. My father was born in North Carolina. My mother was born in Harlem. My grandparents were born in North Carolina and Georgia. That's all I know. Florida, Georgia, northern Florida, southern part of Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina. You know, that's where my roots in the South is. And then by way of New York, Harlem and Queens, New York. That's where I come from, you know? So I don't know what people keep telling me I'm freaking Haitian, I'm fucking whatever. You guys got to stop saying that shit because next thing you know, you got ICE coming on my doorstep, man. Kyle, I heard you was from Haiti and here illegally. Before I can even get my ID, when I'm gonna be shipped off to fucking Haiti and shit, you know. Yeah, so. Yeah, but that was a damn good movie. I remember that. That year was so great. Everybody was feeling Africa and whatnot. Feeling this, our vision of Africa, you know, with Black America. Because when you really look at it, Black Panther was Black America's imagination about Africa, you know. Even though Stan Lee owned the rights to it, when you look at the way Black Panther was portrayed and everything, that's something that goes deep into Black American culture. Where for 400 years, we've always talked about some great Black empire either was there, or we're going to build one day in Africa. That comes from the oppression of living in a white society. That's the only way you could rationalize Wakanda. You know, this fantasy place. You know, because in Africa, you don't need to have a Wakanda, you know, because every country is like the Wakanda. But this idea that there's one secluded, recluse country, that's something that comes out of the imagination of Black America, you know, Wakanda. You know, so they don't understand our culture. I believe that God, look, the only punishment will be is Africa losing a good portion of their land to us. That's the only punishment that Africa deserves, is you losing some of their land to us, you know? So it is what it is. All right, folks. Somebody got to call in or something in the show. I don't want to be here all night. I hope I don't get flagged for playing this video.
Son of a king, you a son of a murderer.
We have see son. Lies.
I'm afraid not, Queen Mother.
What? You?
Indanda toka nchubu.
Hey, Auntie.
That was such a good movie. You know, I can't. Yeah, you're right. Trump, you got to admit, anybody, you just have to admit this man is freaking strong. He eludes masculinity. This guy does 4 rallies in one day. This guy is like Trump is like the man of steel, able to reach the tall buildings in a single bound and whatnot. Trump is like a goddamn superhero, to tell you the truth. It's amazing. I wish we had a freaking black leader like that. That could deliver. Black leaders don't deliver shit. All they do is give you speeches. And they say they ain't got no power, you know. Farrakhan ain't got no power. Al Sharpton ain't got no power, you know. Negroes ain't got no power, you know. Kyle, what do you think about ICE checkpoints in LA and big? I don't know. Look, I don't have to really worry about ICE. I'm a U.S. citizen, so look. The bottom line is this: if you're here legally, you know you don't have nothing to worry about. You know, why are black people so concerned about ICE? I don't get it. You know, I just don't get it. You know, just don't get it. You know, a lot of this, which we call immigration stuff, is these immigrants basically brought it on themselves because for years they're taunting Americans. You know, what are you gonna do about we invade your country? We're taking your jobs. We're taking your money. Y'all spending money on us. They're fucking freeloaders. And now them days are over. You know, but if they had kept quiet, it would probably going through all this. You know. Immigration legal was going on for decades. No one paid attention because before social media, people didn't really pay attention to it because it really talked about in the media. Social media had people out there talking about, well, I'm here illegally, blah, 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 America this, America that. And then you got people who here legally, they're fucking racist against black people, man. I'm like, what the hell? You know, you here illegally and you online talking shit, you know? And you think people in the government and powers that be will sit here and all this shit? You're here illegally, and you're talking shit about people who are here, talking down to black people in America, talking down to white people, calling them white trash. You know, pretty soon people got their revenge on election day, November 5th. People got their revenge, you know. Yeah, but Big Cheese, I don't think it's nothing funny though, you know. Social media, simply says social media. Yeah, the Africans, if they know to shut the hell up, man, this wouldn't be going through all this. If Africans would know how to shut up, we wouldn't have this disease called ADOS FBA, which is a disease. And I used to warn Africans years ago, you guys are playing with fire. You guys are playing with fire. Stop talking shit about Black America. You know, don't do it. You know, if you found the urge to it when they just wouldn't listen, you know. Now we got a movement that's out of fucking hand. It's dangerous right now. You know, and I really feel for these black immigrants, you know, because they ain't got no place to go. I feel like sending somebody to Haiti is a death sentence. Sending somebody back to Sierra Leone is a death sentence, you know? Really, sending somebody back to the Congo is a fucking death sentence, man, you know? So it's life and death for these people over here, you know? But instead of them trying to blend into friggin' black society and getting along, these motherfuckers trying to stand out and shit, you know? You know, so I'm like, how am I capable for the white man, Rico? What did I say? What did I say? What did I say? Yeah, social media did them in, you know? Because if it wasn't for social media, no one even know they're here, you know? They were there bragging about their land they got back in Nigeria, bragging about their degrees. I got a degree, you know? I worry about my friend Principe, man. You know, I don't want to see him get hauled off and shit, you know? Next thing you know, they probably already grabbed Zongo and shit, you know? Haven't heard from him in like 2 months, you know? Ever since the election, haven't heard from Zongo. They probably grabbed his ass, you know? He's probably hiding out in Canada or something, you know? Big Cheese, come on, man. Why are you gonna snitch on him, man? You know, that's messed up. We don't snitch around here, man. But Black America is becoming America's ugly man. We're just angry while America is just moving on to the golden age. Will Black America reject the America's golden and miss out on that? Because the next 4 years, if America does what Donald Trump says, Black people will definitely benefit from it. Are we going to miss out on the golden age like we did on the Platinum Plan and just sit back in our corner, boo-hooing and complaining? You know? Big Cheese, you can't say you want a country. You got to first get a country to don't want them in, you know? Right now, you're just a friggin', I don't know what our status is in America. You got to admit that we're not even barely Americans our damn self, man. You know, despite all your marching for civil rights back in your days, bro, big bro. You know, so it is what it is, folks. It is what it is. We don't care. Send them back. Why? What gets me is why y'all so mean? Why y'all so evil? I can't understand. I can never understand what the hell black. Why is Black America turning so evil? You know, because Broody, if you haven't figured out that white liberals are first and foremost white. White liberals see the same crime. They don't want to get knocked upside the head and carjacked by you outside of 7-Eleven, you know? So the bottom line is there's an old saying, Baruti. Listen to this very carefully. A conservative is nothing but a liberal who's been mugged. You know, it's like you can walk around all liberal. As soon as you get mugged or stuck up or whatnot, you know, next thing you know, you're a conservative, you know, as simple as that. Once you got robbed or whatever like that, next thing you know, same liberal man be spitting out the N-word and blah blah blah. Some niggas this, nigga that, whatnot. You gotta understand what you're dealing with here, you know. See, I know this because I grew up around these people, you know. It don't take much for somebody that 1 minute they're cool, you know, and next minute they're saying, man, motherfuck these N-words and whatnot, you know. You know, so you gotta understand what you're dealing with. You know, white people, Rudy, have you ever figured out that white people will be white? Unlike you always talk about some culture or be indigenous, only thing white people care about is being white. That's it. If black people ever got to the point where we're just black, whatever, I don't know how that would happen, but we get someplace. But you want to talk about this, we got to do Ubuntu, we got to learn some indigenous language and whatnot. All it does is cause division and stuff like that, you know? White people just says, okay, we're just white. That's it. And that makes it easy for everybody, you know? You know, before they're Italian, before they're German, before they're French, before they're Irish, they are white. Black people haven't figured that the shit out yet, you know? You know? Like me, all I care about is being black. I don't give a damn about no damn Black American, African American, Nigerian. I'm a crewman. I'm a bossa man. I'm a Gribble man. I'm a Yoruba man. I'm a Igbo man. The white man look at you like I'm a fucking white man. I got supremacy over all you. You know, all I know is I have to be. All I need to be is white. And there's power behind being white. There ain't no power in being a Yoruba, Hausa, except for your little fiefdom. Here in America, that shit don't mean a damn thing. You know, you can be a bossa man, a crew man. You can get snatched by ice just as fast as anything. You know. So you know, the Africans, Hispanics, are not like us. They're different. How are they different? Big cheese. You know, how are they different? They're human beings like you are. You know. Only thing different is they got a different legal status. Yep. Let me see. Well, this is interesting. Black residents team up with Trump. See, like I said, man, no, I don't want to play that. But yeah, Black Chicago residents are just joining Donald Trump in this thing because they're just fed up with illegal immigrants, not legal immigrants. Illegal. I make a distinction. Check this out. Y'all hear about that migrant that got caught, the Haitian migrant? Now, principally, is this somebody you know? That Haitian migrant who cursed out Trump? He was
ain't waste no time, baby. He got that pen and got to sign it. And let me tell y'all, ICE and them folks been getting these people up out of here. Do y'all hear me? So with that being said, y'all, we finna dive into the video. This is criminal migrant lashes out during ICE arrest if Trump. You should have thought about that before you came over here. Not the right way. It is what it is. They come to clean house and they are cleaning house and ain't wasting no time, y'all. So let's get into the video and then we're going to chop it up towards the end. Let's go.
Well, President Trump's illegal immigration crackdown is off to a fast start. Fox News has learned that in a 33-hour period between Tuesday morning and Wednesday night, ICE agents arrested over 460 migrants, many with long criminal histories. But these operations aren't just limited to Boston. They're taking place all over the country. Bill Malugin is getting an exclusive look at this massive, important operation in the sanctuary city of Boston. Live now to Bill.
Well, Emily, we've heard officials here in Boston and in Massachusetts say repeatedly they are not going to cooperate with ICE or mass deportation efforts by the Trump administration. And ICE says, well, that's perfectly fine. You don't have to cooperate with us. We're still going to go into your city and we're going to do the job. And we were with ICE Boston yesterday for about 10 hours as we got to watch them firsthand carry out immigration enforcement. Take a look.
Good morning, everyone.
It's a frigid 5 degrees in the pre-dawn hours just outside of Boston, where this team of elite ICE officers is briefing on their targets for the day.
We're going to be targeting some extremely violent offenders today.
Within moments, the officers are on the move, with eyes on their first target.
Looks like we got movement, target vehicle coming out.
They quickly take him into custody. He's an MS-13 gang member wanted in El Salvador for aggravated murder. And he has an Interpol red notice out for his arrest.
We are targeting very violent threats to our community.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
Trump, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
Wow, like F Trump, but ain't Biden the same one that parted all his people, y'all, but not pardon Fannie Willis or Alvin Braggs, all them bimbos? You see? I'm talking to my people. All it takes.
He said Haitian guy, like, damn, man. I would love for Principe to talk about that. Haitian dude, man. Said F Trump, blah, 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 I'm like, thank you, Biden forever. Biden's gone, bro. Biden's gone. I guess he didn't know it was an election, If you're going to be here illegally, you got to at least pay attention to the news. There's a new sheriff in town, Your new sheriff in town, you can't just be doing the same thing you've been doing, So it is what it is, folks, You got the gist of that one. Let's see some more videos we could talk about. But that was like man, like I said, this is something else, bro. Something else entirely. You know, I don't know. See, like I said, Black America needs to understand something. Are you going to be with the illegals, the LGBTQ? And unfortunately, you know, these people that's pushing illegal aliens, transgenderism, feminism, all the open borders, all these people have control over Black politics in America. You look at the Congressional Black Caucus. Show me in the Black agenda. You know, everything they do is basically they use Black people to get elected. Right? Once they get elected, they convince Black people that all these leftist causes are their own. Open borders, sex changes. You know, all this stuff like this is Black people's problem, and they're slowly making our community a sanctuary for America's ugliness. The music, the degeneracy, everything is basically placed in the community, in the lap of the Black community. So here, Black America, like I said, these people could go off when that's how white people did back in the 60s, right? 1 minute we thought we had all these people on our side and everything. By the 70s, all these people went back into mainstream America. America voted overwhelmingly for Nixon in 72, you know? That's because bottom line is when white people are angry about something, right? They quickly use Black people because they know we'll always be there. You know, when the next this leftist movement just that Obama started has died. You know, when the next leftist movement comes along and whatnot, they know you're going to be rare. Black people are going to be there because we ain't going nowhere. You know, we're always going to be down. We're always going to be angry and malcontent. So that's what they use for Black people to get Black people to vote. They know and whatnot. There's going to be another police shooting. They know all the stuff is going on. So they know the Black man don't mind being America's ugly man. And bottom line, we can just basically create this Black boogeyman, pretend like we're an ally, pretend like we're on his side and everything like that. We get them to carry the water. That's what we did with the whole transgender LGBTQ. They rode in on Black America's legitimate struggle. Black people have legitimate struggles about things in America. But the bottom line is this: the only way to protect Black America is more Black people have to start becoming Black nationalists. You know, I'm dead serious. When you become Black nationalists, you realize that the only solution is a Black Black nation, whether it's in America, tethered to a Black home state on the African continent, you know, and building the Black family and Black cultural, Black history and Black values, everything like that. We got to get back to that Black America, a strong Black America. We once was a strong, independent community at one time. If we don't get back, we can't join forces with all these rainbow people and stuff like that, because the bottom line, as soon as shit hits the fan, these people will run back to their whiteness and everything, and we're left being the ugly man. You know, we're left being the people who can't fit in, people who won't want to fit in. We're left being the boogeyman of America and everything like that, the scourge, the scum, the other of America, you know? I don't know what you're talking about, FBA. Maybe FBA is not, but African Americans, Black America, the African American, the real Black America is. There's 45 million of us, and like I was less than a few thousand people know what FBA is. You know, so you guys are making fools out of yourself. You guys are the ugly man. You're the ugly man of Black America. FBA ADOS is the ugly man of Black America. FBA ADOS is the ugly man in Black America, just like Black America, and they're causing Black America to be the ugly man in America. The ADOS FBA is the ugly man of the Black community, the Black world. Nobody likes them. Everybody's repulsed by them, you know. Well, ask yourself this question: if there's mostly immigrants in the Black caucus, how did that happen? Because so-called FBA people don't vote. They don't have. There's no Black political agenda. All these people, immigrants, have home countries that they could basically rally around as a point of reference. We don't have a home country. And you say, well, America's my country. Yeah, okay, America's your country. A lot of black people agree. That's why they support Donald Trump. They don't see you as no friggin', there's no black people leading this so-called black community. Brody, first of all, reparations was never a legitimate movement in Black America. It's still just an online thing, of malcontents. They're like, oh, America, they see America doing well, everybody's going forward, right? So like, I just want my reparations. Well, not you ain't getting no reparations. How about that? So oh, don't worry, I'll get to the 40 listeners and everything. This is gonna go up. So as I hit 1,000 subscribers, then you'll see more people. Naturally, the algorithm is pushed out there. Once I start uploading more videos, stuff like that, you'll start seeing friggin' 100, 150 people here live and everything. Oh, trust me, this channel's growing. I look at the analytics; it's growing. Oh yeah. Oh, Principe. He's America AA mixed. So in other words, Haitians are pure and righteous, right? And all people who act like that, no, you got to take the L. That's a fucking Haitian. He said, "Mother, if he was AA, he wouldn't be in ICE custody. And AA does not have to worry about ICE. That's a fucking Haitian, and he's just like his friggin' island, dirty, grimy." Everything like that. People bring this friggin' trash to America. That's what a lot of people basically don't like. Gets mad at immigrants, principally. Right? We guys, like I had a guy that on my time. Jamal put up a post. No, this guy, Von Powell put up a post on Facebook. It was about 2 Nigerians that got arrested in Kuwait for bank robbery. And all of a sudden, basically, everybody's going, these people are stupid. Quay's not playing with them, right? Anyway, basically, I tagged this guy Dante in Nigeria. I said, how are we going to blame this on the Akata, right? Sure enough, he replies the next day, says, see, Kala, these Nigerians all the way in Kuwait, right, picked up their bad behavior from their Akata cousins. Listen to their music, like, take no kind of responsibility. That's the problem with black immigrants, man. They take no responsibility. They think their country they came from is heaven. They was putting down America. America don't got this. America don't got that. But yet they living here, and they don't want to get deported, right? I bet you that guy that got deported, Haitian, was probably like, "Yo, man, he's probably one of those ones. Call him, man, Haiti's paradise." Blah blah blah. They always try to sell you on that shithole country, Till it comes time to them, we got to get deported back. That's so fucking funny. He's an Americanized, Africanized, Africanized Haitian. Okay. Haitians are wonderful people, principally, right? They're law-abiding, good people. And when the Haitians go bad because they hang around AAs. Oh, man. Oh, the fun never stops, man. You guys, man, the fun never stops. Fun never stops. Yeah, Big Cheese, come on, let's be honest with ourselves. You're just like the Nigerians, man. I see a lot of these so-called FBAs. You guys act like Nigerians. You're worse than them, So you have no room to be pointing the finger. Yeah. We're an hour and a half in, folks. Tell me somebody wants to call in. And I was thinking about the other day. I was thinking about South Africa and this fake movement called a Rainbow Nation bullshit. People don't realize under apartheid, the black people had their own homelands and everything like that. In South Africa, they had their own government, stuff that we never had in America. Because I think about the Bantu stands, right? That means with a Bantu stand, they had like several Bantu stands, Botswana, Transkei, they had KwaZulu. All these are what they call Bantu stands, That means black homelands, black states or black homelands, I don't know if there's a conspiracy, I don't think, I just think basically when you look at it, right, we can blame the Jews as white liberals all we want, but the bottom line is black people basically bought into integration because in our culture and mind, being Christians, we thought that racial harmony was what God wanted, that all men are brothers, and all like that. That sounds good when you live. I think the only time you could basically have all men and brothers when you live in a society, a homogeneous society. I do not believe two groups of people at different races should be required to live together and stuff like that. But the thing is, though, America could not have survived, right, in two different worlds, so they had to freaking do something. You can't have a segregated country in a country that basically says to the world that this is the last hope of mankind. So America, integration was going to happen whether black people wanted it or not. We had no power over that. Integration was in the best interest of America, not black people. I figured people would learn that by now. Integration wasn't done to help us. It was done to help America because America had to friggin' do something because it was fighting an ideology war with the Soviet Union and the communist world. That's one of the things they accused America of was hypocrisy and their racism. So America had to appear that it was trying to solve the problem to integration. Yeah, but the thing is, Nation of Islam, they say separate but equal, but they never tried to separate. Show me the Nation of Islam, Big Cheese, version of what the Amish have, or the Hasidic Jews have. They actually have communities where they own buildings, shops, and everything. They live, the Hasidic community, Orthodox Jewish community in New York, got whole blocks of rows of housing and apartment buildings and stuff like that. And they got their own commerce. Show me the equivalent among Nation of Islam. They never did. Nation of Islam basically could have went to places like North Jersey, upstate New York, and built whole communities, raised the money to build whole communities, but they never did. They could have built shopping districts and all that stuff like that for their people and everything. They wanted to be separate. Nobody would have cared, but they never did. They never created jobs or nothing like that for the people, But I'm the type I'm not giving anybody credit for shit. The fact that I'm here right now tells me that all these people didn't do shit in the past. If I'm starting from ground zero right now, it is what it is, folks. I am building, Knowledge Seeker. I am building. But since Knowledge Seeker, you can't afford to go on a tour with us, you have nothing to say. So when you guys got something to do, he down, yo, what you call, Principe, stop. Don't try to put your shit on us, man. Don't try to put your shit on us. Every time a Haitian or African do bad, they always try to put it on Black America. That's another thing we're getting tired of. We're tired of people coming here ugly in our community, Oh, please stop it. And Nation of Islam owns nothing, bro. They own nothing. They own nothing. They don't have any. They have a couple of things. They have a couple of people who had that stuff and they joined the Nation of Islam. Nation of Islam takes credit for when somebody prosperous joins them. They say, "Oh, Nation of Islam got this restaurant." Well, no, it's an individual who just happened to join. Look, bro, Principe, stop it, man. You guys Haitians got a serious crime problem. You go to Zopound, the friggin' the Haitian gangs in Miami, they got the highest murder rate in the world. Drug dealing and stuff like that. 'Cause I know some of them. The Haitian gangs are the most dangerous gangs in America. What are you talking about? Everybody is Haitian is good, man. Principally, you hang around too many white people, they got your head all gassed up, man. That's why, man, the main target of these ICE is gonna be Haitians, because of the crime you guys are committing. So we say if you're gonna base like this, the hood types, Oh man, come on. Yeah, Christopher, thank you. Nationalism never about nationhood in a real sense. They have a few businesses here and there, but they ain't about nation building. I was in part of nationalism back in the days, man. I realized they ain't serious. These dudes ain't serious, man. These guys ain't serious, man. That's why I formed the colonization, But folks, you want to call in? We're not attacking the Nation of Islam. We're just telling you the truth. Nation of Islam is good. It deserves its props, its flowers, whatever like that. But this movement right here, real nationhood movement, I'm not going to give nobody no credit for me, man. Sorry. If it was anything real, I wouldn't be here right now. I could be vacationing right now. But I got to do this because people before me didn't do that. What's up, Dollar Bill? What's going on, brother?
Hey, man, I'm back from the dead, bro.
Yeah. Woo. So what do you think about this topic, man?
Interesting, man. Are we the ugly man?
Yeah, but I say like this. I said like this. Black Americans are ugly, man. Look how we're out with everybody, Yeah. We don't like the black immigrants. We don't like the Mexicans, right? We don't like the MAGA people. We don't like what the hell do we like?
I don't think we like anybody, man.
And everybody's starting to hate us, And I
think everybody been hating us, but
but now it's like we give people reason to hate us. We just everybody just black people in America. I think that people. Hey, you had a conversation between Nelly and Willie D.
No, no.
Okay, Brandon did it on that. I should. You want me to play Brandon? What he said? It was pretty good.
Okay.
Let me find.
If I can stomach him, if you can stomach Baruti.
Oh yeah. I thought Baruti come up here, man. He
told me he's gonna do that soon.
Yeah,
I didn't know when. Yeah,
I'll believe it when I see it. He got fussing me out, man. He always ask me these questions, man. He asked me, well, why would white liberals go to Trump? Because white people are white, first of all, foremost, Before they are anything, man, the ideology goes out the damn window, right? A white, a conservative is not just nothing but a liberal who's been mugged.
There you go.
So therefore, all these people they see who's winning, right? They jump into Trump's side now. All these white people like, hey, something. I guess he ain't half bad. I'm white at least,
Exactly, right? Well, I tried to explain that to him years ago, but he doesn't get that. He thinks I don't get it.
Rudy must be one of those black cultural nationalist liberalists, those type of people,
Not really, but you know what it is? I think
to perform at Donald Trump's presidential inauguration.
What are you saying? Hold on, let me pause.
No, I'll tell you after I listen to
Negroes are livid, to say the least. This situation, or
this is a fair use.
I'm
using Pan Am Strikes Back stuff.
Falls in line with many other hypocritical occurrences within the black community. For too long, African Americans have operated on a rules for thee but not for me basis, where an individual or the collective would criticize an individual for doing something that individual members of that collective would do without a second thought in their own best interest. Trump's the orange man. He's racist, they say. How could Nelly perform for this man it's like a slap in the face to the Black collective. The same people allow rampant crime to take place in their community with little to no objection, drug dealing, murders, all sorts of abuses occur under the watch of the African American within his or her own community. And for the most part, the people who perpetuate these abuses and crimes, they're celebrated. Someone could sell 15 kilos of crack cocaine in the Black community, and as long as they drop a hit album along with it or while doing it, they are lauded by the Black demographic, the African American demographic. When will the hypocrisy end? It won't end today, and it probably won't end tomorrow. But what I do know is that Nelly, when confronted by blithering idiot Willie D, not only cooked, but he placed it in the pan and seared it to perfection. These criticisms that have been leveled against him are outlandish to say the least, hypocritical to say the least. And Nelly, being the intelligent businessman that he is, he saw it coming from a mile away. And unlike disgraced singer Chrisette Michelle, he took it head on and he annihilated the criticism and the critics. Let's tap into this right here. Right, her.
Or so if politics is above and beyond anything other than what that person stands for, what that person has done, then I apologize that I, quote unquote, let you down, because I thought you was riding with me for the scholarships that I've been giving away since I've been in this business. I thought you was riding with me for the people that I got signed up on the bone marrow stem cell registry that was all record breaking and helping people save lives. I thought you was riding with your boy for the children that we visit at Children's Hospital to Brain. I thought you was riding with me for the bikes and the presents and the things that we give away to unfortunate kids at Christmas. I thought you was riding with me because I put on for my city and I try to bring my city up every step of the way. I did not know you was riding with me because you thought I would ride for who you voted for. I didn't know that. I apologize. I apologize. I didn't know that I had to agree with your political choices, and I thought it was the things that you do, not the things that you say should be done. If you follow what I do, this shouldn't even be an argument. He's the president. He won. This isn't a campaign. This isn't an RNC. I'm not out on the political campaign. I didn't get none of that 1.5. You see what I'm saying? Like to try to help somebody get voted.
Kamala didn't invite you to
No. She didn't invite me. I didn't invite me
either, man. I was going to
I'm just saying. Like, so, but.
So Nelly, he's pointing out a fact that the ignorant among us don't want to discuss. See, Nelly, though he's very intelligent, was dumb enough to believe that African-American people in America, well, they are African-American, were capable of operating on something more than hypocrisy. He actually thought that the people who rocked with him were rocking with him because of all of the good things he had done for the African-American community. All the donations he had given. He talked about the stem cell registry, getting people on the registry to get treatment that they needed to save, rocking with him because he had given hundreds of scholarships to African-American children to help them pay for college when their parents weren't able to afford it. See, Nelly thought that African-American people operated like other groups in America and around the world. He thought that if I do right by them, even if I do something that they don't understand or something that they may not agree with, when it's all said and done, they will rock with me. And boy, was he wrong. Because the only people, in my experience, that the African American collective truly supports are the people who don't do shit for them, like the Democrat Party. The only group or entity, the only individuals that I have seen African Americans consistently ride with are the Democrat politicians who do nothing for them. And I have watched time and time again as the African American community has turned their back on people who have done nothing but right by us, who have done nothing but try to help us in service of that same Democrat Party and radical extremist liberal politicians. So Nelly called something to everybody's attention that I guess we just been missing, or we just haven't understood in all this time. He gets turned on. We're turning on him. Just like we turned on Ice Cube, just like we turned on Steve Harvey, just like we turned on every black man who ever tried to stand up for what he believed was right. See, we're supposed to be a part of the party that's about tolerance and acceptance and anti-bullying and live and let live and love each other and unity and humanity and all this crap y'all lie and say that y'all about. But the minute someone doesn't do exactly what you think they should do, the minute someone doesn't do and say exactly what we think they should do and say, please, we go against everything we claim to stand for. We, as black liberals, go against every damn thing they claim to stand for. This man is performing for the president of the United States. His performance is not going to sway voting in any way. His voting is going to have his performance is going to have zero impact on the outcome of the election because the election is over. Kamala Harris lost in a landslide. She recruited a bunch of artists. They got on stage and buck danced for her and told you to support her for their money. And she still lost. She still lost. So Nelly performing at the inauguration isn't changing anything. All it's doing is making him the focal point or the focus of black hypocrisy and like a black hypocrisy and unwarranted black anger. There's no reason to be angry at Nelly. He's getting a bag for performing for Donald Trump. So is Carrie Underwood. So is Chris Rock. But we're not going to let you guys do Nelly like you did Chrisette Michele, canceling her career, basically ending her career. And she was a talented singer. Ending her career because she went to go get paid to do her damn job. Could you imagine if you showed up to work tomorrow morning and they was like, yeah, we going to fire you for coming to work? Only in the black community do we do stuff like that. Only in the black community do we allow things like that to happen to the people who, whether we like it or not, represent us in those arenas. So Nelly came out. The man spoke very intelligently, and Willie D is in there buck dancing and, you know, shinning and grinning, even though he was a Trump hater. You know, now he's trying to play the middle like most people in the media, trying to be agreeable with Nelly because Nelly is a bigger celebrity than he is. But there's more to this, and I want to play it because Nelly was cooking with fire, baby, and he was not done.
It's an honor. I respect the office. It don't matter who is in office. The same way that our men and women, our brothers and sisters who protect this country have to go to war and have to put their life on the line for whoever in office. So if they can put their life on the line for whoever in office, I can damn sure perform for whoever.
What do you say to the people that say we're not giving you this backlash because of your political affiliation or your political choice or whatever. We're giving you this backlash because you are propping up a white supremacist.
I would ask them to show me where he's a white supremacist.
And this is more the ignorance. And this is why I can't stand Willie D. This guy is like, we're not saying anything. What would you say to the people who are saying they're not giving you backlash because of your political stance, but because you're propping up a white supremacist? First of all, what the hell does a music performance prop up? Like I don't like, let's say Hitler, for example. Do the musicians who performed at Hitler's inauguration get blamed for the Holocaust? Do the musicians who did the band that played the instruments at Hitler's political events or at his parties, do they get blamed for what Hitler did? No. Only in the black community do we crucify our own people for doing things that have nothing to do with us being hurt or victimized or taken advantage of, or us being abused at the hands of the government, which I don't feel like that's even happening. Oh, Trump is a racist. Come on, man, prove it. We know Joe Biden's a racist. Did the black people who let Joe Biden come in a church and stand up in the pulpit knowing he's a demonic warmongering pedophile? Did we say anything to them? That's my question. Did we say anything to them when we got video of this fool fondling and petting little girls in the chamber, in the congressional chambers? A guy who took baths and showers with his 14-year-old daughter. Do we say anything to them for letting them come and stand in the pulpit and spew straight lies in the house of God, or so what they believe to be the house of God? Did anybody say anything when these pastors in these churches let Fonnie Willis get her ass up in the pulpit after she was having an affair with Nathan Wade, a married man, going after Donald Trump, abusing the justice system and lying the whole time? Did anybody say anything when these pastors let this woman get up in the pulpit of their church and speak and quote scripture and give people a sermon like she was somebody who was anointed by God? Did we say anything? No, we said nothing. Do black people say anything about all the demonic shit that happens every day in our community? No. But Nelly performing for Donald Trump is where we're going to draw the line in the sand. I mean, I don't know about you, but that just doesn't make any sense to me. That just does not make any sense to me. And you can let me know in the comments if that makes any sense to you. But what I know is you're black. You're going to be black for the rest of your life. You live in America. You fought and died so that you could become an American. It is absolutely ridiculous, hypocritical, and stupid for a group of people who fought so hard to be accepted in America to then turn around and disrespect the elected offices of America. Whether you like it or not, Donald Trump is your president. And Nelly brought up a great point. Just like these soldiers, no matter who's the president, have to get up and go defend this country if war should come to this country, that's the same way you as an American citizen are obligated to respect the office of the president, no matter who sits in that office. I hate Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for what they did to this country. But that does not mean that if one of those people walked up to me and reached their hand out to shake my hand, I could disrespect them and be like, I ain't shaking your fucking hand. I'm going to respect the office that they represent, even if I don't respect them. Even if I don't respect them. And that is why black people have to stop looking at people and understand that what is bigger than the people is the office that basically gives the people the power that they're wielding.
Can we talk about this?
It's not
give me
Joe Biden who
Yeah,
makes
I gotta
the
stop.
presidency.
I gotta stop hearing
something
Brandon, man.
special,
It's like
something respectable.
It's like being tortured by Mike Tyson. Listen, everyone has the right to disagree with someone or protest against anything, whether it's the president of the United States or have an opinion based on whatever, however they feel. I think it's hypocritical for him to think that this is the perspective of all Black people. He's taking the lowest common denominator, like white people, and saying that the majority of Black people endorse certain behavior. That's not true. The majority of Black people in America go to work every day, go to school every day,
and hate crime.
Hate crime. They're held hostage in communities that they're financially tethered to, and they want the same thing that every other American wants. And for him to think that the majority of us, feel that way is so hypocritical. The majority of Black people
I had
don't
this
believe.
argument with him years ago. Now, if he's talking about a small percent, let me give you a example. A little right before you got on Principe, I played a video of the Haitian guy. You see that getting arrested in Boston?
Yeah, I saw it. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But Principe said, I'm gonna tell you about another story. Principe says it's because he's been African Americanized. See, this is what I say when people are ugly in Black America.
Yeah.
So in other words, basically, Brandon did it. Principe did it. Something ugly and wrong about Black. How did that happen? How did we become the ugly man?
You know what it is? Because we're low-hanging fruit. Everyone has an opinion on us, on what we should and should not do and should feel.
That Ahmed the other night.
Yeah. I don't care if you feel some type of way about Nelly, right? Those people who really support Nelly, who like his music, just like people who support R. Kelly, they're not going to stop supporting them because they do something or say something that's not popular. Most of these people probably don't even have a Nelly CD in their house, right? And so it's hypocritical for him to say that Black people are somehow, only canceling people, in the community, in our community, that are non-deviant. And so I want to know who all these people that he's talking about that are trying to help us. It's the same thing that you said earlier. People who are conservatives like himself and people who are liberal Democrats, they're the same people with the same agenda for Black people. So when you see the majority of young people in the morning going to school, the majority of people trying to go to work, trying to eke out something for themselves, trying to open up a business, and do you really think they care about Nelly or Snoop Dogg or anybody else? These are basically people who are at home all day, who don't have a job, and then they'll say, "Oh, it's Snoop Dogg is selling out." Most of the people, like myself, like yourself, we could care less. I don't care if Snoop Dogg goes and performs at a KKK event. I could care less. It has no implication on Black people whatsoever. And so for him to say that is ridiculous. And then for him to try to pull in that he respects the office. Well, you didn't respect the office when Biden was in. You talked about him.
Oh, check this out. I'll be honest with you, right? It was hard for me. I hated Biden so much. Yeah. I'm saying, even though the people say respect all, you can't respect all when somebody you like is in there,
Exactly. So stop
lying. Also, it was all when I mean, the only president I really disliked was George W. Bush. I didn't like him at all.
Okay.
I mean, at that time, man, give me a second, Dave. At that time, man, when I saw him actually sit there, I watching this guy's face, lying about weapons of mass destruction, then joking about it.
Yeah, exactly.
I really hated that man. I hated. That's when I started. That's what I said. It was around that time period, right? I decided I was going to activate the Collar Nation again. You know.
There you go.
Everyone
has their opinion. See, the whole thing is they want us to move and to react like everybody is dealing with the same thing in life, and that's not true. People, they're doing extremely well. For some people, this is the best time of their career. They're making young people are making. I see young people who are educated and kept themselves together, making great money. I see other people struggling,
Teslas and whatnot. So
driving nice cars, living in.
I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, living in nice homes. Okay, buying real estate, buying crypto. They've got all kinds of accounts where they have money in investment. I see all of these opportunities that young people are engaged in. So for him to say that some people, okay, in the African-American community are upset, some TikTokers or some people who are on Instagram.
Hey, TikTok, let me tell you something, say this for record.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok and Instagram and Facebook do not reflect the view. Does not necessarily reflect the views of Black America. You know,
so it's ridiculous for him to say something that's stupid. But the problem is that he believes it. See, the issue is, that's my issue with Brandon. Brandon has all these conservative views. You know why? Because he comes out of that segment. I hate to say it. He comes out of that gang banging segment of people.
He's never seen been around black, like the black America that we grew up in, you know?
So he doesn't know a thing about Black success, only through the window. And so what little he does have and what he knows, he thinks is because of white people. So so for him to even say he's a Pan-Africanist is crazy. No, you're a white conservative. You know how he's a zealot that comes out of one type of family and behavior and mindset. And so he can't see the middle of the road. All he can see is one extreme to the other extreme. The gang banging, the criminalization on one end, and now, okay, he's got himself a little plot of land. He said he owns a little piece of property in California. So now he's thinking it's because I think differently. Yeah, you do think differently, but you didn't have to think white conservatively. If your foreparents would have thought, okay, about getting you an education, sending you to school and doing certain things for you, then maybe you wouldn't have thought the way you were thinking earlier, right? And so that's the legacy they left you. So now you reject that legacy because there's no middle of the road for you, right? So now you got to say, well, I have to go all the way to the other side, and it's because Black people are this and Black people. No, we make our own individual choices, right? You could have a brother, like you said. I could have a nephew, okay, who's born in the same house with a niece who had the same opportunities that he had. One takes one road and the other one takes another road. That's an individual choice.
It's called life's gamble.
Yeah.
You know, life's
the
gamble.
Way it is.
Do you ever see a Kung Fu movie, Life's Gamble, with Fu Xing?
I didn't see that, but I understand what you're talking about.
Real good movie. Basically, it's like it's an old Chinese proverb, right? It's like the man who lives in the village, right? And he dreams about the cartoon Alakazam was about that too, right? In other words, basically, if I stay in the village, you know what you're gonna get. You're gonna fish every day, farm, everything like that. But basically, if I go to the city, I could get rich there, or I can end up dead. You know?
Yeah.
So if I know if I stay here, I know I'll live a long life, and I know what my end's gonna be. But then if I take the chance, life gamble, that's what people understand. It's all up in your fate. You know, what your life choice you take. Nothing's predetermined. You know, that's how life is.
You have to make your way out of nowhere. And so
yeah, exactly.
he can't just sit up. See, I don't sit up here and judge people and say, "Oh, all black people do this." This is what immigrants do too. That's why he was in these different types of shows. They want to be able to say, "Oh, it's because you're African Americans." No, there's some people who have accepted certain things in subculture. They don't see no way out, but there are people who see a way out and get out. Simply told you his background. He told you he's been incarcerated. He's been through many things in his life, and he made a concerted choice. He made a choice that he was going to do what was right for him. He was going to educate himself. He was going to get the skills that he needed to be a business person, and he got away from the nonsense. You have to make the decision. It's not because you're black, right? See, what we try to do is we try to keep, that's a good blame. Oh, it's because I'm black. I can't, that's the easy thing to say. Oh man, they don't like me because I'm black. Maybe they just don't like you because you don't have a great personality. Because you don't know how to work with people.
I come home with D's and F's. He goes, my teacher is racist, but don't like black. He said, I don't give a dang. I don't like your ass.
Exactly.
You bring home some bad grades again. But my father didn't want to hear that. My teachers knew that too. They didn't want to hear nothing. My father didn't want to hear nothing. And teachers do that. Like, let me call.
There's this guy. He's from I got to remember his name, but I'm gonna look it up on my Audible. And there's this brother. He's a Navy SEAL. He tried 4 times to be a Navy SEAL. His mother's, I think his mother is, I don't know if his mother's white. I think his mother's white. I think his father was an alcoholic and probably a pimp type dude. And he beat him. He did all kinds of things to this dude, and then raised him in a white community that was a racist white community. And this brother, man, is one of the most decorated Navy SEALs in the world. And I love his, I've listened to several of his books. And the whole thing about this guy, man, is that he didn't make any excuses. You see, a lot of people want to make excuses about why they can't become successful, why they want to work hard, why they don't want to, do the things that they need to do to get where they want to go. Everyone can say, oh man, I'm too short. I'm too this, and I've told my students, if I sat down and thought about all of the things that I'm not, then I wouldn't get out of bed. I would let it paralyze me. And I wouldn't get out of bed if I had to look at certain individuals to let them, look at me and say, oh, you're this and you're that. Then I would never be nothing. You have to have a belief in yourself. And a lot of black people, I will say, we allow, and it's because of a trauma that we've experienced in our lives, we allow different things to get inside of us. And we worry about things that we don't need to worry about. People don't really care. People just want to know, can you do their job? Can you make them money? Right? Exactly. And if you're able to do something, if you've got something inside of you that allow you to make some money and do something with that money, who cares? See, the thing about Nelly,
when you listen to Bro Tonight, man, we have people like Tolliver and all these other people on there talking about, I ain't got no, I'm broke. I said, I don't accept young men saying they're broke. I just don't. Yeah. There's opportunity out there. Work harder. If
that's
you have
it.
To.
Work 2 jobs.
Work 3 jobs. Live off one. Man in my 20s and 30s, I worked 3 jobs. I always had money.
Let me tell you, I remember I was a young dude, and my kids, I don't even know if my daughter was born yet, but my kids were young, and I used to work at the court. And what I would do is I worked like on 161st. I worked in the courthouse. I would go down to the garment district in that area, and I would buy stuff wholesale. And we had like in the court, we had like a 2-hour lunch. And I would literally fill up my locker with all kinds of stuff. And I had a book in my hand. and they used to call me Vladi, you know, like Vlad, like the Russian dude.
Mhm.
They used to call me Mr. Vladi. And it's basically because I would buy t-shirts, I would buy scarves, I would buy matching hats, and I was doing business, right? This is a funny thing, you're gonna laugh. I was buying, my boy hooked me up to it. I was buying a thing called Casey Positive People. It was owned by Jewish people. It was run by Asian people in the garment district. And I sold so many t-shirts to different ADAs and stuff like that. And I remember that I sold one of my t-shirts to Jackie Robinson's wife, right? Somebody who I knew was a lawyer. You know, she's like, this is for her. And I sold it to her. And the thing was, it said on the t-shirt, educate your own black children.
Right.
Isn't that something?
It is.
So,
let me get Dave on.
Yeah, sure.
Hold on. Dave, what's going on? What do you think about the topic? I said, is Black America becoming America's ugly man? Why are we so, like I said, we're not satisfied with nothing. We say nation building, right? No, we can't go nowhere when that. Okay, let's basically just get along in this country, build something. This economy is about to boom, you know? Everybody's telling me, man, the economy's, everybody's telling me like they invested in the stocks. They're telling me things are going good, you know?
Yeah.
Let's get some of this money.
Well, let's get a piece of the action, man. Let's get a piece of the
what I
action.
say. So
that's right, Dave. What's
you don't
up?
want a piece of the action.
Good evening, Dollar Bill. Good evening, Carla. I mean,
Yeah, what's going on, brother? They don't want a piece of the action here. All they want to do is complain. In 1 minute, they're complaining about America. The next minute, they're complaining about immigrants. Then they talk about black immigrants. They talk about everything under some black men angry with black women. Black women
talking
angry
about
with black
everything, but getting a piece of the action.
That's what I'm saying. It's success.
You know?
That paper.
Yeah. I mean, I don't like us becoming the ugly man, you know, because we're creating enemies that we don't have to create.
We don't. That's one thing I never understood. Like, this whole Fat Joe thing. When I disagree with it. That's completely unnecessary. I'm not going to get into the argument. We can agree to disagree. You know, some people say, well, blah 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 blah. But the way they're going after Fat Joe, and I'm like, I was never really a fan. I was a fan of Big Pun. I love Pun. You know,
but Pete Gang, why they not going after Charleston White the same way?
What did Charleston White do?
No, I mean Charleston White he cursed out Tariq a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, well,
that was good. He did a good thing.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that the same way they should be going at Fat Joe is the same way they should be going at.
Yeah.
Charleston
So the whole thing is.
No, I don't think that's the same. Can I say this for a minute?
Yeah, good.
And I'm just going to just say this straight up because I'm from New York. A lot of these guys should have straightened out Fat Joe and educated him years ago. And they didn't do it because Fat Joe had a lot of money, a lot of power, and a lot of influence. And so the emperor had no clothes on. And people just didn't want to really tell him what he was doing wrong.
Yeah,
and
Cuban.
It's simple because they got beef. It's just simple. All you had to say to Fat Joe was, Fat Joe, a lot of ignorant black people use the N-word. This is true. You shouldn't use it. One, because you're not an African American. Okay? And two, because people in your community use it in a negative and racist way.
That's true.
And so if you would have told Fat Joe, if you were his real friend, and you would have pointed out the hypocrisy of using the N-word, if you would have said to Fat Joe, in your community, the word my little nigga or mi grita is commonly used in your culture. You call yourselves your little negrita. That's wrong. That means the little black girl or my little nigga. That's what it means. But Fat Joe, let me put it to you this way, if you're listening tonight. How would you feel if somebody called you a spick.
Oh, they'll go off. They'll go off.
If someone called you collectively, consciously, that black people were referring to you as a spick and said, I could say that because I grew up with Puerto Ricans and so on and so forth, then it would be all World War III. Right? And so if he had a real friend would have sat him down by now and gave him the talk that I'm talking to people right now about. A real friend would have said, Joe, you do it, but it's ignorant and it's racist as me using the spick word.
And also to go along
Simple
with
as that.
I just think black people shouldn't be using that word either, you know?
No, they shouldn't. But the whole thing is there's a history behind Hispanics who use that.
Well, I know
And
that.
see-
I know.
And
I
the
just
thing
think
is, they're talking to themselves.
right.
They don't realize that they're talking that them amongst themselves, the black ones, are called little negritas. They call themselves little nigger. The whole word itself comes out, okay, of the Latin community. It's what the colonializer who colonialized them call them.
Yeah.
And
But
so
I just think personally, in my opinion, right? I said I'm like, you know, it was to me when you have basically rappers who got real good skills and everything like that, they don't need to use that word, you know.
yeah,
You know,
but
my nigga
he
when
should have had a friend by now that would have pulled his coat and said, Joe,
You know, they're all scared because you know they're all getting money well. So they
you
ain't gonna
wrong,
say
bro.
nothing.
It's
No, I'm
just
just
that
saying
simple.
that's how they feel.
It should have never have
That's
reached
how
to
they
the
feel.
point.
we should
They
never
gonna
had a
say
group like NWA out there.
they're gonna say
But
we all
regardless
getting
of the
money.
fact, there's the spick word. Try calling the Latino a spick and see if you're not ready to
It's
fight.
war. It's war. We know
Right?
that. We
And
know
if you
know
really
that's
think
war.
about it, all the spick means is Spanish, okay, and colored. Spanish, Indian, and colored. It's an acronym. But call one of them that and see what it's all about. It's going down. So that's the same thing.
I just think personally, you know,
They
this
should have
whole
never.
thing like Fat
They
Joe's
were
like in
getting
his
paid.
50s,
They
right?
were getting paid off. He was making money. He
They
was
all
doing his
getting
thing.
money. They're gonna say
And
we all getting money.
they all
So,
getting money
you
with him.
know,
So they
hold on,
allowed
but
him.
the thing is,
he the homie. He got a pass. He the homie.
Tariq never mentioned that part about the N word and stuff like that. Because I heard Fat Joe one time address that. You know, he said in New York, well, in the Bronx, I can say, he go, but if I go outside New York, I can't talk like this because I'm not black. You know, that's what I heard him say that one time.
It should be in New York. It should be everywhere.
I'm saying,
Because you are being marginalized. Is the fact is that even in your country, I've been to Puerto Rico. Even in Puerto Rico, those black people in Cuba, I've been to Cuba. Everybody knows, man, that black people in Colombia and all of these areas, okay, are being treated unfairly and subjugated because they looked at as N-words. That's what it is.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you a question though. Okay,
Go
that
ahead.
was one thing, right? That's one part is legitimate, right? We shouldn't use that N word, blah blah blah. Hey, right? But the whole thing is, what I was talking about the FBA thing is they took it as basically everybody in the black community was talking about it. Most people don't give a flying fuck about Fat Joe or anything like that, and most black people don't really care about hip hop or. But I'm just serious. Most black people really don't care about none of this stuff, you know. But they make it seem the FBA had it seem like, well, see them people, and I'm saying to myself,
Yeah, I
you know,
feel like
people
how they group everybody in with them.
If you didn't turn around and talk to people individually, right? See, this is what I tell people. I'm not with this FBA stuff. You know, I'm not. That's their thing. That's what they want to do. They have the right to do whatever they want to do, right, and represent whatever they feel is right for themselves. I'm not part of that situation, right? So I can't speak for them. But I've said all of my life, I've told everybody who I've known who's Latino that when they're using that word, how they're using that word.
I never had Latinos but use that word around me. You know, Puerto Rico, I never had them use that word.
Yeah, they call each other that. They
call
each other that.
at one time.
You talking about the N word?
Yeah.
Oh man, I
call
hear all the
each other.
time in LA, man. They be saying the N-word all the time, man.
Yeah,
And
but
then
I
if
be
you
hearing,
ask them who it
I
is,
be
they'll tell
hearing
you black
white
people.
kids be saying it, and white. I hear down here, I hear white kids say Filipinos say it, and like, yo, nigga, they be calling each other nigga and whatnot, and so I be like, man, y'all can't say that word. They be saying to each other, yo, nigga, but like that, when they'll say, well, I say NA, not hard ER. That's
Yeah,
what
they
they
say
say.
that, but try calling them the spick word and see
Yeah,
where it go down.
but down here it's not even Hispanics; it's white people who do it. White ghetto ass white people who use that word. That's the thing in Virginia. We got white girls. When I moved down here, Virginia, you had white girls who were packing gats and whatnot, and had gold grills in their fucking mouth. When I was like, damn, this like Virginia's rough, man. You had white girls fucking shooting up trap houses and fucking shit like that.
Man.
Yeah, this crazy down here. It's a different culture, man.
Oh
So
yeah,
you
well, I
don't
know
know.
we know in the South. You got white folks who think they ghetto black people. They
Ghetto,
ghetto, but
these
they
one
think they ghetto black.
you had white boys who were shooters and hitters
Yeah,
down here, doing hits for gangs for bloods and shit. We have white boys who are bloods down here,
yeah,
doing
of
shit
course.
like these motherfuckers are dangerous, man. Some of the dangerous gangs, Virginia Beach, those mixed race gangs. So baby mama, the white girl, she got like 3 mixed kids and whatnot by some thug, whatever like they call them, mud sharks, and these
Oh,
girls
they out there, man.
girls
Oh
will
yeah,
kill
they
you
out
in
there.
a minute.
You
But them
thinking that they're
bloods,
skinheads and everything, but they're white gangbangers. They're Bloods and Crips, man. I grew up on a white boy not so long ago.
they're more dangerous than the black ones because they know they can get away with shit,
Yeah, that too. It's crazy. I mean, they know they have access to white privilege. They're more crazier.
They are crazy, man.
I still put hands on them, man. I still get in their face. I'm not scared of
He
them.
said you put hands right.
Yeah, I put hands on them, man. I had one white boy try to go crazy with me. Man, I threw his ass against the wall. I said, nigga, don't ever put your hands on me like that. I mean, don't call me a nigga either, nigga. It was crazy, man.
Yeah, that's what we deal with down here. You got white boys who think they black and whatnot and shit like that. It's talking real shit. New York is Puerto Rican. Down here is white boys. It's like crazy. Like I said, a lot of this is that inviting of hip hop culture into their life, and they're sitting there saying like Snoop Dogg and saying that nigga this, my blah blah blah. So they think it's cool because they're bonding. It's like this is what I found out, Dollar Bill, years ago, right? Now I was a 5%er, right? Back in the days, right? That was my speed. I was a 5%er, blah blah blah, and I was like one of the reasons why I was a 5%er.
What's your name? God Allah.
I was basically, I didn't really have a 5% name, but I was just like, my girl, my wisdom, nations, God's earth, whatnot, all that stuff like that. What's the science? I still didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. Anyway, but I was a 5% centric type of dude back then. What's the numbers, knowledge? What's the science today? Whatever like that.
Today's
Anyway,
mathematics.
what's the mathematics today? Anyway, check us out. Back then, man, the biggest threat to me was the number of the what I saw was that you had a lot of dudes out there that had no race loyalty, right? They were friggin' Bloods, Crips, and everything like that. And I tried to tell them about the righteous way of the black woman, blah blah blah. And these guys didn't want to hear all that shit. And so they were getting together. And what's so dangerous was the fact that if you was like this is what I'm gonna say this right now. I ain't trying to be funny or nothing like that, right? They literally made like the Fruit of Islam, Nation of Islam, shit like that, clowns. The white and the black kids, They was like, yo, you ain't one of them dudes that be standing on the street corner, the white boys. You ain't one of them niggas that be standing on the street corner with the bean pies and the bow ties selling the freaking newspaper. Like, so could you look real straight, like you square. I was like, damn, we getting clowned, man, by white boys. That's how far, I'm telling you, man. It was rough, man, back in the days, man. I was like, damn, man. That's what I was basically doubled. I said, yo, look, we got to win this thing because we're going to lose our community. And all the stuff we're going through right now, I am not surprised. Because back then, black people said to themselves, to us, that they didn't give a shit about what we were talking about. The music changed. Everybody was a big Willie. Nobody was right. It went from everybody was righteous, talking about Allah this, Allah that, to everybody is a big Willie overnight, to a big Willie, thug this, player this. But overnight, our culture changed.
It's all about the money, bro. There's no money in consciousness, man. There's no money in that.
Or we were conscious, and then just overnight. I mean, it literally happened in the span of like about a year. From like 93 to like 95 was like the worst year of that
Tupac,
shit.
Biggie, bro. They brought the commercial crap, man.
Yeah, Tupac and Biggie were commercial rap. They weren't no real MCs, man. They were commercial.
Biggie could actually rap though. Biggie has
No, I
skill.
thought he was garbage, man. To tell you the truth.
What, really?
I thought Tupac was all right. He was a storyteller. Biggie was garbage, man. Look,
Did he take
a
from
real
some
MC, a
brother?
real MC is a jizzer.
Some brothers.
Yeah, Jizza. Yeah, Raekwon the chef.
Raekwon, that incarcerated Scarface, that's MCing.
Man, I listened the other day. My favorite song, man.
What?
Yeah, Cuban Links.
Only Built for Cuban. That was the best album.
Yes.
That was, you could tell that was recorded right there in
My
Park
mind's
Hill,
playing
Stapleton.
tricks on me.
You know,
Scarface. I never heard of
That was a raw album. That's still like the best hip hop album of all
You
time.
know who else
I
was
see the
good? But
man die.
that Pharoah Monch.
Oh, yeah, Pharoah Monch.
Y'all don't like Scarface?
Scarface is good.
Scarface.
My mom
Scarface
takes
is
told me, yeah, man.
incredible.
I was feeling that,
Scarface.
man. I was feeling that, you know.
I like Scarface. Scarface.
I never
good.
seen a man cry till a man died. You never heard that joint, man?
Oh yeah, I heard Scarface. Yeah, I was feeling them back in the days. The Ghetto Boys.
Scarface.
Hey, what about Nas? You think Nas is a good rapper?
Yo,
Nas
Nas
is
is good,
Nas
but
is good.
Nas went commercial, man. You know,
He went commercial.
Man. He went commercial with that Nas Escobar. He was not yo.
You know, he
Nas
went commercial.
fell
He
off.
still kept it real. He still kept it real, bro.
No, I don't think so,
And
man.
Nas is cool.
Yo, check this out. In his album right there, it was written right. There was certain things I saw Nas sold out. When he did that song Black Girl Lost, right? There was a skit right before that, right? Then on his album Nostradamus, right? Another one he did a skit with Big Pun and his brother Jungle, whatnot, you know. Basically, it was a slap at the conscious world where he was basically like, yo, fuck all y'all weirdo niggas, man. We're gonna listen to this gangster shit. Remember Jungle, his brother Jungle was a wild motherfucker, you know. And then he was with Big Pun. And the Black Girl Lost, man. They basically just threw us under the bus, man. It was like, yo, I'm up here with this dude, Body said, you know, typical conscious brother. That girls were at one time were feeling the conscious brothers. You had to, you know, you can get girls, man, if you knew had knowledge or whatnot. The next thing you know, they didn't want to listen to the conscious brothers. All about who's popping the car style. That's what
Man, that's what they messed up. At least the Contra brothers know how to take care of them, man. They're trying to understand the black woman. We're listening to the Shaza Ali's, man.
I remember when rap
back
was
then?
conscious, man.
Check
I
this out.
remember when rap was conscious.
Check out. You know who held it down through all that? Killer Priest. You know.
Yeah.
You are the love of my wisdom. He goes that heavy mental. That was the album right there. That was that was a shit right there. Heavy
How do you
mental.
feel about Tupac? I feel like Tupac. I like Tupac, but he's
I mean, he was
overrated
all right,
though.
man. But you know, I'm not really. You know, look, you gotta give Killer Priest, man. You gotta give me the Jizza. Man, you got me the RZA. That's my type of dudes.
I know you're from the East Coast.
Or what you call it? What's that? J. Rue the Damager. You know?
Yeah, I know you're from the East Coast, so you're used to listen to like East Coast hip hop. You're not a big West Coast fan, are you?
Who was nice with down with Nas, who should have blew up was AZ. That dude was a
AZ, yeah.
AZ's a fake.
Yo, why you
like
fake?
AZ?
That
He's
dude
a
was
fake.
a scientist, man.
He's a
Hey, what about Chino XL?
I don't know.
Yeah, but AZ, he you know what he tried to, you know, the guy who paid in full, he tried to assume his identity, man. He never did none of that.
Hey,
stuff.
okay, what about Mobb Deep?
Mobb Deep is
I
true.
love Mobb Deep. I met Havoc one time. I hung out with him.
Mobb Deep, yeah.
Mobb Deep is
I used to hang out. I hung out with Havoc one night in the club when I was working.
Mobb Deep, yeah. Yep. The Shook album, yeah, they shook. Yeah, ain't no halfway cooks. Yeah. Gangstar was my man.
Yes, Sunset Park soundtrack, you know, right back at you.
Gangstar.
You know?
But I'm gonna say it, man. This
Gangstar was a shit right there.
This kid Kendrick Lamar is brilliant.
I never listened to him, man. You know,
you need.
Yeah, Kendrick's good, man. I love him.
That kid is brilliant, man. To Pimp a Butterfly, you got to get into his stuff, man. Just go back, even just a couple of albums back, man. The kid is really gifted and probably one of the best ever to do that thing.
Beyonce lost interest in.
He got
really
a Pulitzer Prize.
I only play old school stuff. You know,
you got to check this guy out, man.
I only play old school stuff.
I like that turn the TV off. Turn the TV off. That's my joint right there. That's why I told you that should be your theme song. Somebody got to do it.
Hey, Colin.
Who's that? Kendrick Lamar?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, change the subject. At the beginning, you said the economy is booming. It is, man. The stock markets is doing good. How long do you think this is going to continue? This is going to continue on for its entire term, or what's going on? You think it's a good
Well, it's
time
like
to invest?
if he does what he said, look, his bottom line is all these companies are coming back to America, or they can get taxed like 100%. So he's bringing companies back. You know, there's going to be jobs, everything. Also, black people benefit in the logistics part of the economy. You know, transportation. You know,
Mhm.
warehousing, transportation, hospitality, food service. You know, those are the things that black people are good at. You know, even like government jobs, like postal office. You know, stuff like that. You know,
What
anywhere
about
there's
security? I do
transportation and
security.
physical work.
What about
Yeah,
security?
everything, security,
Security's
everything. You
always
know,
needed. Security is
always needed. You know,
always needed.
there's gonna be contracts available.
Especially,
Everything. There's gonna be a lot of money here.
especially
You know,
you got a gun, especially that.
Mhm.
That's
armed
always
security.
been
You know,
armed security's always been an
I
premium.
got my arm. I got with your
Always at a
license. I'm
premium.
good.
It's always gonna
yeah.
make
So this
money because people
bottom line, there's gonna be a
they
lot.
need that.
All I have to tell people all the time is you got to get an investment. Start getting an investment portfolio with a stocks, Robinhood app, whatever like that.
Yeah, you got to
You
at
know,
least have a Robin Hood. Tell them
we used
Dollar
to have
Bill
my
sent you.
sister. That's all she does right now. She don't even sell no more, man. She's up to thing. All she does is
Hold it.
watch her money come in, and she invests it every day. She makes money. She's good at
Yeah, you
stock
take the
trading.
money, man. You hold it. You put it in your Roth IRA,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
you can invest your stocks right there in your Robin Hood or your Webull. There's
Mhm.
another one. There's a couple of brothers that I check out, but that's what I do, man. And I still got my job stuff, but this is the stuff that I handle on my own.
And that Roth, that traditional Roth IRA is excellent, man. Like you know, 401k,
You got to get the ones where you can put gold and some everything, precious
I like to hold
metals.
my gold though. I like to hold my
Yeah.
silver. I like the physics. I don't know. I'm one of them old school cats.
Or you like the
I like,
gold coins on you.
That's the
You know.
best way,
yeah.
Dollar. That's the best
That's how I
one.
like
That's
to
the best
roll.
one. That's the best
Yeah,
one.
So,
man.
how do you
My
measure its
son.
value though?
Well, you the value is the stock, what they call a spot price, right? And there was another sister. I got to pull her on the thing one day, and she was talking about, that the real money that you're gonna make now is gonna be on silver, because they use silver for everything. For all of these electronic equipment, they use silver. And she was saying silver, copper, all of those type of things are going to make money. But you got to be able to physically see. For me, I lost some money once because I heard there was a thing. I put it in one of these wallets, and I don't know if it was hacked, but I had they give you like 20 different numbers or something that you write down on a card. You would know better than me, Dark Miko. And I I put these numbers down, and I lost some XRP, man. So I don't know if somebody hacked my joint, because you got to be careful because I was looking at some different types of wallets, because anything that could be on the internet or subjected to Bluetooth. I was looking at one that you only use like that little micro card, and then you can put it inside. So it's like never on the internet. It's never part of Bluetooth. So people can't steal. That's the thing about crypto. You got to have it's called your keys. You got to have your own keys. You can't share your key information. If you got a special laptop that you use only for that, if you really into it like that, if you flowing like that and you really into the crypto, you got to have some what they call cold storage. And you can get on the internet and kind of educate yourself on buying it and how you can store your crypto, stuff like that, especially if you want to lay on it. Because I had, quite a few XRP when it was like 23 cents, something like that. I brought a lot of that, but they had stopped selling it on the exchange because they were going through a war saying, is it a security or, and so all of that stuff, you got to look. I don't know what ESPP is, but I know what you could do. You look up the sticker price and go in and check out the company. Look at the company, see the financials on the company, do your research. And then the third thing that you do is look at the news, right? And look and see what's happening, because all of that affects your stock too, And so you gotta, I like to just deal with those, with those blue chippers. Those blue chippers are solid. Nike and those different types of things. Try looking at the things that you like to buy. Like if you like Nike, invest in Nike. If you're a Knicks fan, invest in MSG. You know, if you wear certain things and you do certain things and you know people who do it and you research it and it's something that you like, then you buy some ownership in that particular company. You know, that's what I do. You know, but right now, other than what I do on my job, like your job, they give you, they'll give you like a certain percentage. You choose from like 14 or 15 different things. And then we have what is called a TDA, a tax deferred annuity, right? And so those are nice because even when people are getting like 0%, I think because there's so many of us, it was like 7, I think it's almost 8% now. And a tax deferred annuity. And that's even great for now. People getting like
I sell
4 or
those.
5.
I sell those.
Yeah, if you get those TDAs are awesome. Especially you got to fix, like when people were losing their money back in 2008, I put my joint in just, standard joint. So I just get my 7 to 8% when people were fluctuating, when stuff was kind of, then I took it out. And, I took a portion and I played with a portion in the Pacific Rim and all that different type of thing. So I do that for the job, but that's, it takes longer to change from the job. But my regular stuff is my Robinhood, and I got another account, a couple of other accounts. But I like just having it on my phone. I could check my stuff. And so when I retire, man, that's something I really want to get into, man. Some people just do it. They do they just do the S&P and they get like 3% every day or, a week or whatever. And then they just, after they sell, they chill. You got some people just get that little 3% every day, 3% every day, So that's what some people get 10% a month.
Yeah, there's so many. Look, let me tell you something.
So many ways. There's so many ways to get money.
Who tells you all this stuff right here, we have to friggin' master. We can't play around with this no more. Black people should know how to create a trust fund, financial, some stocks, and also that should be. We have to move from working class to investment class. We could do that if we got large numbers of money coming in, and we become an investment class. Well, at least a dream would be Black America. The average Black America getting at least 20% of his income through investments,
Well, see, this is why I was trying to. There was a guy, I don't know if I sent it to you today, Carla. Did I send it to you about this young man who's invested in Liberia? He got a reparation thing, and he wants to invest $30 billion in Liberia, in investments and infrastructure. I gotta see if I sent it.
Man, like I said, I tell people all the time, if anything to do with Liberia, man, check out what College is first. Check out me first. People. Look, right, Dave. The bottom line is this: until we basically get the right government in Liberia, with the right policy, it's gonna take some work because Liberians are stubborn, man. They are stubborn. Stubborn as hell. You can bring all the ideas. My guy Sam, right? He sent me a video of this new housing state in Ghana. He's in Ghana, right? He's a Liberian, but he's in Ghana right now because every time he called, I just was on the phone with him tonight. I'm gonna try to get him on the show, And so I let Elvis tell his side. So he talked about, Elvis about we America are getting along now. We won't see. No. The bottom line is what happened to these people, Dollar Bill, is like they said we lost everything unnecessary, got all out of jealousy, and envy. He goes, these people destroyed our lives, we gotta live in foreign countries because of these people, So Elvis says up there talking about, we've not moved on and all that. That's bullshit, That is bullshit. So I talked to a lot of Liberians and Minnesota. How come none of them know Elvis? I thought he said he was a well-known person in the Liberian community. I talked to him, who the fuck is that? Elvis Norris? Who the fuck is that? Nobody knows who this guy is, It's hilarious. To Niger, you're on. What's going on? What's on your mind, bro?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Kala Genesis. Greetings to the panelists, the chat, and
Good
the
evening.
viewers.
Good evening.
Greeting, my brother.
And then, yeah, I was just like, supporting what you guys are talking about in terms of investment and stuff like that. I just wanted to add that the Black American this thing experience in America, I think at this time is kind of a golden age where you have a lot of opportunities to actually break out of the idea that other communities can influence what is happening within the say black community, because there's a lot of people with a lot of money in the black community. What I have not necessarily seen is the investment in critical areas that cannot be taken away from you, and the numbers too. You need the numbers to go into very, very important area, like in the areas of science, technology. You have to get in there. If you don't get into those areas, anything that, like, look at what Trump is doing now, it can easily be reversed like that. Boom, you lose everything again. But when you get into those areas, you are creating wealth, like you are literally generating it. That's how they generated their whole empire, based on technology and their organization. That's how they generated it. And if you have it at the core of the community, no matter what laws they pass, you still have the ability to generate wealth.
Yeah, that's what we got. What Black America has moved to. We have to become. We have to. Our leaders have to be people like Robert Smith, what's his name, David Stewart. People like that got to be starting to become step. I don't know why it is, right? Why these guys, Donald? Can you tell me why these black men who are billionaires seem so quiet and timid? They don't have nothing to
I
say.
think they're scared of the feminists. I think they're scared of the feminists.
What the hell is going on? Yeah, they should be. If I was Robert, I was a billionaire. I'd be like, see how Donald Trump is.
I would have, if I have $1 billion, I would buy a very massive, big company, like a company that makes missile parts or something like that. I would buy it in America, but you don't see them doing that.
Hold on. We basically, if we had a black billionaire, right, there should be easily a black governor, black majority, and a black governor of at least 3 or 4 states in America, right, as a base. And we should have a pipeline, global pipeline, with countries like China, Japan, Russia, South Africa, and stuff like this, But we don't have anybody with a Pan-African black nationalist leader. Like Trump is a white American nationalist,
Yeah, and that's what he's supposed to be. What do you want him to be? I say Trump is being what he's supposed to be. He cares about white people, and you don't necessarily see that among very powerful black. Look at the Tyler Perry that makes movies. This last one that he made about the war with the women is all good, but there are a lot of stories they could have told. I don't know why they went and did the one for Cleopatra when there is Queen Amarene there, or how about the Asian this thing? You don't see any of those things. But we rely on Marvel to highlight our uniqueness and stuff like that. So, they have a lot of people that have money. Like I said, it's a golden age for the African American, the African Americans. But you don't see them moving into areas that really shows that they control their narrative, that gives their young people's pride and know that they are a part of the American story.
Well, because we have too many people that would rather sit back and just talk about how bad America is. How like instead of saying, "Look, this is how we can win," Yeah. We got too many people talking about racism. Way too much. You got somebody the other they talk about out there protesting in New York. Talk about we will not stand for justice on stolen. Look, let me tell you something about stolen land. Right, America land is. You have 2 groups of people. One person said we're expanding. Other people say no. How you solve that problem? War. War is when blood spilled over land. That solves the problem right there. Okay, whoever wins. But the problem is a lot of people of color, black people, don't know how to win wars. So if we don't win wars and a white man comes and stamp you out, what can you say? The bottom line is the white man built this country by conquering the Indians, mixing them, breeding their race out, everything, whatever the fuck he had to do. Exterminate them, breed them out, whatever he had to do, like that, to get across the plains to the West Coast.
Our mistake is our mistake. We like to. I don't know what we like to think that there is morality in terms of the only morality
when it comes out to nation building.
It's about power.
Only people that think there's some righteous cause and blah blah is black people, because we're powerless. When people are powerless, they think that there's some just the world's going to be just to them, and the world's going to be do the right thing, and people are going to come to their senses. But that's not how the real world works. Real work only acts on power, and strength. That's the only thing that
It's
matters
only
in the
that,
world.
and if you try to pretend as if that is not the case, you are going to find out the hard way. And until you make yourself relevant, it's powerful enough to be reckoned with. That how can you claim you own a land if you cannot protect it? When you see,
so that's why
when
black people, instead of recognizing that we have to build something, I say, look, we need to build in Africa. We need to build communities. We need to build investment. We should have our own stock exchange, global stock exchange. That we should have districts where we can pour capital into the African continent, create millionaires and billionaires every day, every hour. And so we have freedom. We have our own destiny in our own hands. But instead of doing that, right, people want to be out there still protesting, burning flags and whatnot, say down with Trump and all this kind of stuff like that. And what I'm telling you, white America, the same ones that were marching during the COVID and stuff like that, they're not out there no more. Now black people are left holding the bag.
Can I say something, guys?
Go ahead, really proud. Go ahead.
I think a friend of mine just sent me something, and I want to share it with you guys, because a lot of people don't really understand America, and not just people from other countries, but a lot of Americans don't understand. Well, a lot of us Black Americans don't understand when it comes down to building real wealth. Rock, keep doing what you're doing, man. Max out as much as you can of tax deferred money. The more money that you can put away for your future, max it out as long as you can. And that's for everybody if they get an opportunity to save tax deferred money. And so a lot of people don't understand about accumulation of wealth and what does it mean and where does the wealth come from? And a lot of it is in real estate and home ownership. And so we don't think about that because in a lot of ways we were kind of like marginalized. At a time, I remember when my parents bought their first home in 1980, the interest rates were 13%. And the house was a two-family house. And it was approximately $45,000. But the average rent that people were paying for a 2 or 3 bedroom was $200 or $300 a month. And so a lot of people chose to pay that low rent and not invest. Some people didn't have the opportunity. I remember my mom said they saved like $40,000 to get their first home. And $40,000 in 1980 money, that's a lot of money if you put it in today's calculator. But there was money. There was money out there, right? There were jobs like in the 70s and the 80s. People had jobs. And you could put money in the bank and get 13 and 14% interest. Do you know that, Colin? 13 and 14% on your money?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a lot of money.
People, a lot. I knew a lot of immigrants that were doing long-term CDs. They made fortunes just playing the CDs alone. You know,
Do they still have CDs out there?
Yeah. You know, you have certificates of deposit, and they have them now for like. I know there's some people they'll go like 3 years. I don't know
A
nobody
lot
who's
of times
doing
people
6
use
years.
that hedge against them. They use them for credit, lines of credit against their CDs,
Yeah, so
Especially
you
when they got
can
a high
borrow.
return.
You can borrow on your money. That's
Yeah.
another thing people don't realize. When you have a pension or something like that, you can actually become your own bank because you borrow from yourself. You borrow at a lower rate. You don't have to, you don't have to worry. It's your money. You can get it. You pay back at a good rate, but you can borrow it. You can get your hands on $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 at a time. And that's what people don't realize when people say, oh, man, I don't want no job. Yeah, you got your job and you working for transit or something like on the post office, and you putting your money away. You need to get you a house. You can get out $50,000, okay, to put on. You can pay for a car in cash and pay yourself back every 2 weeks when you get paid. They take the difference off of your paycheck, but you can span it out like 4 or 5 years. And you can do that. You don't have to worry. It's the same thing can be said about putting money in your bank. If you've got money in your bank, you can get a low-cost loan because it's secured. Just like you can get a secured credit card, you can get a secured loan on your money. I heard you can even do that on your stocks. You can get a loan on your stocks.
Yeah, it's called hedging, margin, final margin.
So they're different things. See, we're not really understanding about this and how it went down in terms of home ownership. So I'm telling you, like in the 70s and the 80s, homes were cheap, but the prices for the interest rates were extremely high. And if you didn't have that money in cash on the barrelhead and you wanted to have like a swank out apartment for $200 or $300, why you want to pay $2,000 or $3,000 for an apartment? I mean, for a house. That's how most people looked at us, like, like we were crazy. Why you want to pay for a house? And I remember, man, some cold days because we didn't realize when we moved into a house that you had to pay. You in the Northeast, man. You gotta pay that. Our first house it was oil. It was number 2 oil. I never forget. I'm coming out the project. I didn't know nothing about number 2 oil. So you put your oil in there and your oil is full up and you're in your house, man, and you got that heat up 70, 80. All of a sudden, things go boop, 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 and you realize you ain't got no. And you know what? You got to call the oil company and they want you to have their money. You don't have a certain amount of money, they're not going to give you no credit. So they want that cash money until you get a relationship. See, everything in business is about relationship and shows money and being exposed in terms of money. So we don't understand that. Can I play something for you guys for a few minutes?
Yeah, good, bro. Good.
All right. And I'm sorry I interrupt some. I just want to show you some, just basically for a lot of the young people. Let me present. I have to keep my thing on while I do it. Okay, let me see. Share my screen. All right. Okay, share screen. This is going to be, I'm going to deny that. All right. Now, I want to show you something about Chicago in particular. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah.
All right. So this is this guy right here, brother of mine, friend of mine, brother Joe, just ran this by me. And this name of this is called Why Can't American Cities Build 3 Flats Anymore? So basically, they're going to show you in various areas, okay, of the country, how different, what different comprises of different types of architecture and different types of home ownership, and how, like the single family house. So if you go outside of New York, like you go to Virginia, North Carolina, some places in South Carolina, you're going to see single family home ownership, right? So if you're in a crowded city like New York, you're going to see people with 2, 3 families. You're going to see a couple of 1 families. Most of them are attached. The detached ones are more expensive. At least that's the way it is now. It wasn't always. So let me just play a few of this for you, and then I want to hear what you guys got to say about this, okay?
This is a Chicago 2 flat. It's a building that sits on a standard residential lot with apartments, each roughly the same layout, stacked one on top of the other. 1/4 of Chicago lives in one of these or its 3-tiered cousin. While Chicago's unique in calling them 3 flats, these are fairly similar to buildings that you might find in lots of other cities. Boston has triple deckers, New York has brownstones, and West Coast cities like San Francisco, they have their styles too. Each of these cities' takes has its own unique quirks, and I want to understand exactly how and why they're so different. This is more than just an interesting exercise to compare and contrast. Recently, folks are coming to recognize just how important these buildings are to their cities and the people who live in them. In many cases, these structures offer on-ramps for home ownership and building equity and wealth. They can encourage and develop strong neighborhoods, maybe even familial bonds if generations remain living together. And most importantly, these buildings might be the key for solving the mounting housing challenges that we're facing in cities today. And I think that's why cities around the United States and elsewhere, they're racing to protect and preserve these structures that are there. In some cases, municipalities are even looking to encourage construction of new versions of these old kinds of buildings. But in the wrong hands, these buildings are susceptible to actually exacerbating problematic trends that can just decimate neighborhoods. They can be converted into single-family homes pretty easily, eliminating 3 affordable housing units for a single luxurious one, for instance. And because families, they tend to hold on to these buildings longer. After a death in the family, they might sell for cheaper than usual, and since they haven't been updated for decades, that makes it easier to just tear one of these down where the land values are high. In Chicago, that's led to losing up to 15% of these buildings between 2013 and 2019 in some neighborhoods. In these cases, instead of just gently encouraging more density like we want, it just serves to increase land values until longtime residents are forced out, and it ends up solving nothing in the end. It's really important, I think, to understand the dynamics of all of this so that we get this right. So let's focus on 3 examples from 3 cities to understand what's going on here. To the east, we'll look at this one in Boston. It's in the Ashmont neighborhood south of downtown. In the middle, we'll look at a north side 2-flat here in the Edgewater neighborhood of Chicago. And our West Coast example will be located in the Fillmore neighborhood of San Francisco. I think you'll be fascinated with just how different these similar looking buildings are from one another and how they ended up just being so different in the end. Let's start here in Chicago, because that's what we do here. This building is located at the border of Edgewater and Andersonville neighborhoods. It's made of brick and stone, lining a wood-framed structure. There are 2 types of brick, one for presentation on the front facade, made and shipped in from Wisconsin. Then the locally produced Chicago Common brick is reserved for the sides, where it won't normally be seen. The stone, limestone, which can come in longer pieces than bricks, is used for headers bearing the weight of bricks above. The design of the building carries these beige lines of limestone horizontally across the facade, which then also becomes the line where different materials shift and meet. It's also used in blocks at the bottom, which helps shift the visual weight of the overall building downward, making it feel planted and sturdy in the earth. At the front, there's a porch and a 3-sided bay window. It extends all the way from the ground all the way up to the parapet, the vertical extension that hides the flat roof behind it. Walking up the stairs and standing on the porch puts you at the same level as the first floor apartment. Below this area is a basement whose floor is a little over a meter below the ground level. This depth is important because foundations need to reach a set of soil that will never freeze. The frost line is the height at which this occurs, and in Chicago, it's about 42 inches down. Building the foundation requires digging anyway, so it's actually less work to just leave this area under the building empty rather than having to fill it back in. At that point, just raising the first floor just a few feet will give you an occupiable space down there. And then windows line that ground level to let in light down in the basement and provide like an exit in case of an emergency. Most of the time, zoning codes don't actually allow for this space to be used as another apartment. That's not usually because it's unsafe. It's instead because the codes were changed in order to prevent more density in the neighborhood. More about that later. Anyway, moving inside, you'll notice that every room has a window. But the more public spaces, like the living room and the dining room, they have bay windows or are pushed out a little bit. On the side, this allows more light to enter without giving the neighbor a direct view into any of these spaces. The other windows that just look at the wall of their neighbor is mostly just for airflow and exiting during an emergency. But it does let in some reflected light here and there. This one is a 2-bedroom, single-bath unit with the bathroom sharing a wet wall with the kitchen so that the plumbing can stack easily. This is pretty much the norm. The plan is also divided roughly in half, with the more public spaces on one side and the more private ones like bedrooms on the other. The linear arrangement allows the walls in the other direction to act structurally, so it holds up the floors above, so they don't have to span the full width of the house, but basically reaches the full width of the lot. Meanwhile, people circulate along a spine that goes in the other direction, or the lengthwise, marked by stairways on either end. The front staircase connects to a common vestibule and spirals up in what's known as a winder stair. That's when the corners angle like this. On upper floors, the area above the vestibule provides space for another little room. This example too has a garage at the back. For many 2 and 3 flats in Chicago, these were added after the house was built. Cars were only just becoming a standard staple. And as you will see, these kinds of buildings in all 3 cities that we're looking at were actually developed as their neighborhoods became served by streetcars in the early 1900s. Originally, a Scandinavian family bought this lot for $4,500, and they used this as collateral for the developer to construct the house. The family chose this design from a handful of possible other design options, which were designed by a pretty great architect that worked alongside Frank Lloyd Wright for a few years. That's how this area was able to develop with such a cohesive and a consistent aesthetic. The multi-unit configuration allowed the family to just be able to afford a house and to build equity while gathering rent while their kids grew up. Then as the family continued to grow, they were able to age in place and live in the same house. Two flats helped create a strong family and neighborhood bonds, as the two flat was an integral part of a cohesive neighborhood plan. And that's all very different from this Boston triple-decker in the Ashmont area of the Dorchester neighborhood. These actually get their name from the English ship, which had 3 decks of guns. There were 15,000 of these kinds of buildings built in this area after it became accessible with the streetcar that came down Dorchester Avenue around the turn of the century. People from all kinds of backgrounds decided to settle in this neighborhood. You had the Catholic Church, which was a big draw, and because Boston's growth didn't follow a grid pattern, the lots themselves come in all shapes and sizes too. This area is also just outside the jurisdiction of the fire laws that governed Boston at the time, so triple-deckers could be made out of wood instead of brick like in Chicago. Wood was also more popular here in Boston than in Chicago because of practices that carried over from its long history in its settler days. Originally, a builder with an entrepreneurial spirit decided to purchase this land in 1915 to subdivide it and build triple-deckers to rent to families. He hired the architect James Beckwith to design the new building. Beckwith had been studying versions of these across the city, and these had developed earlier without any architects in hand, just as a loose collection of tradesmen who were working together and sharing knowledge with one another. But they were all working on this common solution to a problem that was occurring across the city. These early versions didn't have any real ornament to speak of, but Beckwith was experimenting with a colonial revival style that was popular in the other parts of the city. That's the style of the large ornate columns and the projecting cornice that you see on this one. Like the Chicago two-flat, it has a bay window, and instead of one porch on the front, it has 3, one for each unit. There's also one common entrance, just like the Chicago version, that leads to a winder stair. It too has 2 bedrooms per floor with the plan divided in half. The walls running the length are load-bearing, and the kitchen and the bath share a wall here too. What's different from the Chicago version is that the dining room is actually separated across the hallway from the kitchen, which puts the two a little bit closer together, but while at the same time maintaining their overall separation. In the Chicago version, you have to skip past the full length of the bathroom in between the two. Another major difference is outside. In comparison to the Chicago lot, which is long and narrow with an alley behind it, the Boston version is wide and squat and has no alley. The buildings come right up to the sidewalk with no front yard in between, and there's no place for a garage in the back. At the same time, the wooden balloon frame construction of these buildings proved to be a huge liability in dense concentrations like you find them here. They became illegal to build after 1930, and many fell into disrepair as the neighborhoods couldn't adapt very easily. And that's probably why Will Hunting lived in one, to make the fictional genius's situation feel a little bit more inescapable. Out west in San Francisco, these kinds of units are also really expensive, but they'd work a little bit differently. This one was built about the same time as the other buildings we've been looking at. It's made out of wood, and it's in a combination of Italianate and Victorian styles with intricate wooden carving on the outside. The name Painted Ladies describes often multicolored schemes that are found on the front facades. This became a hallmark of homes in San Francisco, which is largely a city conceived of as single-family homes. The pressure to densify beyond that only came since the 1950s or so, and tens of thousands of these kinds of buildings were being bulldozed to make way for more dense kinds of housing. At the same time, the entrepreneurs began buying these and using surplus gray paint from battleships on the outside, where they carved up the interiors into multiple different units. And that's what happened here. The original larger house was subdivided after it was initially built. And since its 1950s gray wash, it's taken on multiple different kinds of color schemes since then. You'll also notice that they solved the garage problem that Boston couldn't quite handle by converting the first floor to be a place for the car. San Francisco doesn't need underground basements because the soil doesn't really freeze here. The garage dumps right onto the street, crossing over the sidewalk. And in this case, the first floor is also where the apartment unit sits. Converting the house into units after the fact presents a couple different challenges. The first is getting to each unit. Examples like this typically have separate entrances for each one, rather than a common interior vestibule like the other two that we've looked at. It also means that there isn't such a standardized set of layouts across various examples. You could find that Chicago solution almost everywhere. It's the common solution to solving a set of problems that go along with the 24 by 125 foot lot. So here in San Francisco, some of the examples split the house from each floor, but some might be from front to back. This one is kind of both, really, as the one unit is fully contained on the back half of the building on the first floor. So as a result of this history, there's usually more of a wider disparity between the quality and the level of luxuriousness between the units that are inside of the building, instead of all the units being equal like you have in Chicago and in Boston. And in fact, the triple decker was actually called a democratic housing type, which is definitely not the case here in San Francisco. Anyway, the small 2-bedroom unit behind the garage, it's complemented by the comparably luxurious 2-story owner's unit that hovers above it. The primary unit has accommodations like a butler's pantry, thanks to its aristocratic past. The plan also only squeezes rooms into one side of the plan, rather than splitting it down the middle with a hallway like in the other cities. So even though this house sits on a lot that's the exact same width as the Chicago version, rooms like bedrooms could be much bigger inside. Today, these buildings have lived through a series of efforts to try and save them and repaint them in all sorts of vibrant colors, and they've survived multiple phases of renovation as the city continues to face housing shortages and extreme inflation of home values. These are heavily protected by preservation interests in order to maintain the city's character. But they're also being looked at really closely as cities are trying to wrestle with how to build density without erasing what's already there. While buildings like 2 and 3 flats hold a ton of promise for building and easing into more density, there are a ton of challenges that go with that. For one, older zoning codes get in the way by disallowing anything more than just single-family homes on a lot in a residential area. At the same time, today's economics of construction can make this all a huge challenge. A 2 or a 3-bedroom unit will likely cost well over $1 million to build in any one of these cities. At current mortgage rates, that makes it almost mandatory that any of these new apartments bring top market rates to pay off the mortgage. So any new kind of version of this is really going to struggle with trying to provide any kind of affordable middle-class housing solution directly. There's work being done on this on all sides to rectify it, though, like groups who are trying to abolish R1 zoning entirely, which is what prohibits building more than just one unit on a single lot. Still others are trying to find ways of building more cheaply and economically, maybe with factory-built structures. These can take advantage of the repeatability to provide higher quality by taking advantage of larger scales of production. There's even federal initiatives like the one called Pro Housing, or Pathways to Removing Obstacles, which incentivize affordable rental units financially. There's a lot of work to do just to get back to the point where these kinds of buildings make any sense to build. And if you're like me and interested in digging deeper into these forces that shape our homes and cities and infrastructure, I think that you really enjoyed Nebula. Nebula is a streaming service that's built by creators.
Yeah,
That was
what is the
amazing.
summary?
I like that. I like the old side architecture.
So basically what I was trying to show is, and this is pretty much the same in New York, in 2-family and 3-family structures, where they're almost $1 million, if not $1 million, even in the places like the Bronx.
You know,
As you
something
can
back in the
see,
80s, those same houses only went for like 50, 60,000.
it was 45 what we paid for.
Yeah.
We had one similar to that, and the one we have now. So it was like we paid, I think in 97, I think we paid $225 in 1997, and it's well over almost $1 million. What I'm trying to explain to you is, this is how people build generational wealth. Notice, if you look at Chicago, you're talking about primarily white immigrants, right? Living together in 2 and 3 family places. Most of these places are immigrant white people, right? Who came during the Industrial Revolution, where there was plenty of jobs, and the older people usually, as they get older, they stay in the first floor, and the younger ones go up, and so on and so forth.
The extended family, you were saying.
Yes, and it allows, the family to accumulate wealth, right? And so primarily, even when Black people had those Victorians in San Francisco, they began to get pushed out as the menial jobs went to more technical jobs, and they also began to be displaced by Asians and other white people who began to like this architecture. At one time, they wouldn't want to live there. You know, they re-gentrified San Francisco. What I'm trying to say to you is, this is America. And this is how wealth is built in America. Not just investment, but intergenerational wealth. And when people are in a place like Chicago, are actually allowed on certain sizes to do crimes and so on and so forth, they're being pushed out, right? After they after they wear down the neighborhood and kill each other, okay, the white people come back, gentrify, buy it for cheap, and then the old neighborhood that you used to live in, you can't live in anymore.
Yep.
So what do you guys think of that?
You're absolutely 100% right.
The way I look at these things is that you have to take care of the basics first. Like you can't try to expect to control outcomes like what you are describing now without taking care of your ability to maintain it. Because if you look at the Tulsa history, that is pointing something. If you look at the history of the Jewish people in the last century, it's pointing something. What it meant was that they had wealth, they had money, they even had education. But what they didn't have was the ability to control their own destiny. And look at what happened with Hitler and all the rest. It tells you that there are certain hierarchy of needs that you have to meet first. And that hierarchy of needs, if you've not met the top one, your ability to maintain whatever you've got, forget it. What is the point of building? You're going to build and you're going to likely lose it again. Because the ones that have it will take it from you. It's just, and we don't want to be repeating, the same merry-go-round over and over again, because that is the equation. You have to deal with the first one priority first, then the second priority can flow in, because now you can protect whatever you've got. It's not it's not like a zero-sum game or something that you have to start from 0 and you get to 100. No, that's not how it works. The idea is that if you have $10 million investment, you want to make it so that before somebody takes that $10 million investment from you, it will cost them 20 million, maybe 100 million. Then you have sustained that 10 million. You see what I mean? So that is the way we want to be approaching these things. Because if you just do it and say, oh yeah, everything is okay, all you need is a supercharged Trump to come into office and everything will be lost.
You see what I mean? The thing is, people gain and people lose certain things, but these are the different hedges that people use. They realize that this was going to be intergenerational. And, let me just say this, for instance. I'm going to talk about what I know, which is me, and I can't talk about other people in our first home. And I think I've said this before. So in 1980, my parents bought a home at 13% for $45,000. But what I didn't tell you, and Matt have told you in other times, is that the people next to me never only purchased a home that we owned for $1. Did you hear that?
Home for $1.
$1. They see the people who lived next door to me were white people who were immigrants, and they had a thing called the Irish sweepstakes. When the Irish and the Germans came to America, they all got together and they put up what is now called a present day lotto. They put up $1 a piece, and a lot of them didn't use architects to put, like the guy said. They would pay an architect and buy a piece of land for like maybe $4,500. And they would take that land, and then they knew that the house was close to the proximity of the then 1918 subway station. And so they knew they can get on the line and use it to get to work. All you needed to do to get into Manhattan was to get on the subway. So what they did was somebody decided that we're going to take a bunch of these homes and put the money up together, and then we will raffle it off to hundreds of people for $1. And we would take that money that we get and reinvest it and create more neighborhoods. It's pretty ingenious, isn't it? $1. So they got the raffle, and the Italian people who lived next door to me on one side had the identical house as we did that we brought from the Italians. They paid $1, and the last person lived there with good degrees and money and all that stuff. They lived there until they died. I think one brother escaped that family house. Everyone else stayed in that family house until they died. They must have been in that house for 100 years. And they accumulated so much wealth in that 100 years. You got to realize, if you don't have to pay anything but tax and water, and you're able to make money, your biggest thing that you pay for is your housing. So they were able to maintain that home because it wasn't expensive to maintain it, because they didn't have to pay any mortgage for it.
Yeah, but those things are good. Like you describe, I support the idea of leveraging whatever you've got to secure finance, because let's face it, the entire world lives on finance right now.
Right.
And you have to acknowledge that the West, as you see, they have access to infinite amount of finance because of the fiat currency system. When you look at what happened with the COVID-19, that's what opened my eyes to it, where they were able to dole out $18 trillion within a year to each other. They call it loan. You know that when they print money, they just call it loan. And it
Quantitative
tells
easing.
you that you have to know, you have to know how to play that game. If you don't,
It's called quantitative easing.
This is what drove me to the idea that the only way to fight such a system is to create. You have to, because when you create, they need it. If they need it, they will have to give you that money. They currently have the power. They can generate as much money as they need. So you can't beat them when it comes to money. You will never beat them on that game. You have to create. If you don't create, you don't have any chance. And that is what I see in the equation, because they just have too much money. When they gave themselves $18 trillion in 1 year, I was like, that is ridiculous. And their currency didn't shake at all. If any other country does that, the whole economy will go upside down. But you know how they do it? They call it a loan that they will never pay.
They call it quantitative easing. That's what they do.
Technically, they call it a loan.
On quantitative easing.
Yeah, that's what it's called.
Yeah, quantitative. Does that mean they putting money into the system? They pumping money into the system.
That one was during the financial crisis. The one for the COVID-19, they literally took out loans. They gave it to people to spend. Money,
yeah.
They will tell you they don't have money.
They have to jumpstart the economy.
Right
now. What they did was they printed out money.
They had to do it, dollar bill.
Of course.
But
they didn't do it, it would have been a mayhem out
the lie that they've been telling people was revealed during that period. When you now tell them, okay, you need money for reparation and you need money for this, they'll say they don't have it. But the moment that sort of stuff occurs, they found $18 trillion.
They didn't find it, they printed it.
That is my point. That is the point. It shows that they can do anything
all night long.
They printed the money.
That's what you should know. They can do anything. No matter what you do, you can't
leverage it. You know, maybe they're gonna say, "Oh, we're gonna start a war here and there."
But what I'm trying to get you guys to understand is this. Think about this. You have Africa, right? It's a tremendous continent. Let's say you took a place, and I don't want to say Ghana, okay? But let's say I say, for all intents and purposes, let's say that the president decides that he really needs a big tax base in order for the public works, okay, to work. That means to build up the infrastructure, to send the kids to school for free. All of the things that are to create enterprise zones, all of the things that a modern society needs. He needs a middle class. And he makes a decision that I can't wait for the average Ghanaian to become the tax break that I need. I need US dollars. So I give out, and I'm not saying this is done. This is hypothetical, right? So I give out a bunch of citizenships to various people so I can create a tax break. And these, a tax base. And these people will pay a certain amount of tax in US dollar. I give them land, or let them buy land that is cheap so they can build homes, and I tax the home base. I tax all of the stuff that they use so I can build up, the infrastructure of my country and modernize it, right? So what I'm trying to say is that doesn't always work because the regular people are going to suffer because they can't compete. What I'm saying is if we look at what these immigrants did in the turn of a century in America, they were able to get cheap land, and pay for an architect and actually plan for the future of families. They were able to get hospitals, banks. They were able to do all of this stuff knowing that they would grow. But one thing they did was they took a lottery system and they used that lottery system, to refinance and reproduce these houses over and over until they built large communities. And when they were ready to leave these communities, instead of paying $4,500 or $1, the new people, the Black people, the Latino people, the new people that were coming into the neighborhood, even the new immigrants, would have to pay top dollar to get in these neighborhoods. And so we need to think like that. What is it that you can do in Africa to increase a tax base? And so when Kala says to people and Obama, oh man, you guys shouldn't have an Afghanistan. You just want to have your own little area. Yeah. But if you have your own little area, and it has a large tax base and a municipality that not just benefits the people who live in that municipality, but also benefits the hosting country to build up their infrastructure, to give children free education, for them to have more roads, for them to be self-sufficient and independent, and for people to buy bonds inside of their country, which would allow them not to go to the IMF, and have to get into debt with these countries who want to take their waterways from them, who want to take their railroads and their airports away from them. This is what they need. What do you say about that, young man?
I agree.
I think you are speaking sense now in
Those
terms
are,
of
those are
their
great
approach.
ideas. Those are great ideas.
They are great ideas. Like the Nigerian, they are trying to increase their tax base with the law that they are trying to pass now. In many African countries, don't take tax from their people, and because of that, they don't have the ability to leverage the annual this revenue collection to get loans and be able to do larger projects. So that is affecting why it is like that. You can ask why it is like that in the first place. Many African countries are going to improve in the coming years. That's 10 years at most. And then yeah, go ahead.
No, continue. You said you said African countries are gonna build.
They are going to improve.
I think Donald Trump being in office is a great opportunity for Africa and for African countries to grow and move forward too.
I think so too.
Donald Trump is gonna have a real hands-off approach on Africa.
Yeah,
he's gonna have a real hands-off approach. So this is a golden opportunity these next 4 years for Africa to grow.
Africa needs to create taxpayers.
Yeah, they need that. Yeah.
They need to employ more. You see, the African countries, the states have been reduced in size because of IMF loans and discouraging them from, investing in their people, creating large institutions. So they have to start creating the government themselves have to create jobs. Because if you
But
create jobs, they pay tax.
they fell during the colonial times. During the colonial time, after the colonialism, and when they got their independence, they should have just started building their infrastructure, just started industrializing. They didn't do it.
Many of them were working for the West now. They didn't fight them. It's not like they were quarreling. It's not like
The problem, it'll be hard. The main problem, it'll be hard to get people over there because you need major infrastructure. You got to get
but
everybody on the grid.
I don't think that it's going to be hard. Let me just say this.
No, you got to get everybody on the
grid. True, but let me just say this, and you, brother from the continent, prove. You could tell me what your real opinion is. I think that people like Tariq Nasheed and all of these FBA situations that are occurring can be shut down by African countries in 1 minute. 1 minute. If African countries would open up their borders to that diaspora, not just African Americans.
Each country create their own Afghanistan. Afghanistan is not going to be a place. It could be several. It's going to be like several places. Each country should have an Afghanistan.
If they, yes, definitely. If they did that, look, just think about the $1 billion that Ghana did. But even more than that, even more than just even creating an Afghanistan, which would be the ultimate long-term goal. If Africa would turn around and say to their people, you're my people, and I want you to come back home, then nobody could say nothing about you.
The only thing is, if Africa was developed, that'd be great. But since Africa is not developed, would you have to do it?
But I'm not even saying that. I'm saying the rhetoric, the back and forth, the diaspora wars, it would all be solved because Africa could simply say, these are my people, and I want you to come back home. Just like that. There's nothing that a Tariq Nasheed or an FBA because what people do is they want to work on the negativity. And if you get the negativity and the fighting and all of the other stuff that goes along, then you're not going to have the investments. There are some areas in Africa that are developed. There are some places in Southern Africa and Botswana and Zambia. There are places that are even developed in Nigeria, in Abuja, and certain parts of Lagos. So there's opportunities, but I believe in my mind, and I could be wrong. You could tell me how you feel. I think all of the backbiting and all of the rhetoric and all of the nonsense, if the African leaders came out and made certain statements and deal with the African American community and the other diasporan communities.
I don't really think they had the mind for that, really don't.
Yeah, but whether they have the mind to do it doesn't matter right now. I'm just saying, we all know you have to have the mind.
I ain't gonna lie, that I agree with Kyle. I don't got faith.
Yeah, because I talked to
but it's not about having faith.
They don't get it because they don't see the world like we do in sort of color and race. But
they don't have to. Listen, it's not even about seeing the world. It's built basically about economics. It's really what it is.
Yeah, the African doesn't think about economics. He just thinks about.
I'm not going to say that. I think that.
I'm really seriously, dog. All my years of study.
Let me hear what the brother says from the continent.
See, Africans, they think about economics, and it is true. Many Africans don't see. They are not as racialized as, let's say, African American, because African Americans see the oppression right in their face and they see the oppressor. But what Africans see are their leaders that are corrupt. So their way of looking at the problem is their leaders. That's all they see. They don't see the hands behind.
Oh, don't tell me it's the government again.
They don't see the hands. No. It is the government. The government has a lot of power. Like the Nigerian government recently devalued the Nigerian currency. Now, let me explain now. The Nigerian government, Nigerian economy was around $500 billion. He came into office, removed fuel subsidies, then devalued the currency. Now the economy has almost halved. This is the damage our governments listening to IMF and World Bank. The mistake you are making is that you don't seem to understand the grip these Western organizations have over African leaders. That is where the problem is. If they were not there, if that influence was not there, let's say African Americans were weakening that influence over African leaders, you will see what people don't want to develop their own people. They want to develop their own people. That's why I believe that Africa is going to improve in the coming years, because the Western influence is beginning to wane. Look, remember when the Western influence was supreme in the 90s? Africa was going through hell. You know, when they have a lot of power, they come for you. It's just how it works. You know, funny enough, I was just watching a Netflix series about the Wild Wild West. You know, at Primeval, they call it. And these Indians worked with the Mormon state of Utah, or something like that. They work with the Mormons to go and slaughter fellow Europeans. And another Indian came and met that Indian and said, "What did you just do?" He said, "We kill a lot of white people." He said, "You kill a lot of white people while the ones that you are working for are behind getting stronger." So in other words, that one saw the bigger threat. And African leaders don't see that. And many of our people don't see that. They don't see that there's a lot of power behind why their nations are like that. More than 40 African nations, even the best ones, cannot compare to any Western nation. Even the best ones. So that is by plan. It didn't happen by accident. So if you want to lift that, you have to consciously have an alternative, like the way the Chinese and the BRICS are created for Africans right now. And you have to have a way of at least influencing the West.
I don't like BRICS, man. I don't like BRICS.
Yeah, but what choice have you got? Because the West clearly are not working for us. All they do is keep you weak until they get. Calm down, Kaikala. This is a very serious issue.
We gotta
here.
find another way, brothers.
Okay, tell me another way. Give me another way you have. Give me another solution.
Well, hold on, check this out. This is what I would say to Niger, with all due respect. The problem is not, even if you have BRICS, I don't think it will help Africa that much, you know, because simply for the fact of the matter is, you know, Africa is too tethered to the West. That's the first thing. Too tethered to the West. You know, if Donald Trump makes good on his threat, you know, how much, you know, what airline ticket's going to be going to your protective countries, that's to BRIC countries, almost double, you know?
Oh, yeah, like $3,000-$4,000.
Huh?
It's going to be like $3,000 or $4,000.
Right, you know, and also
round trip, yeah.
Not only that, you also talked about oil. Nigeria is heavily dependent on the U.S. consumption of its oil. You know, it hasn't created an alternative like natural gas and stuff like liquefied natural gas.
Look, man, I don't like that. I don't like BRICS. I don't like that idea.
After 60 years,
your problem is that
you trading one colonizer for another one.
No, how is that trading a colonizer? This is not.
Man,
calm down before you make a mistake. Calm down. See, nobody's saying that they want the BRICS nation to be colonizer. We are saying you need an alternative. The one you have been working with has been killing us.
But let me ask you.
So let's create another.
That's about
create
another one now. Let's hear it.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, right? Look, how much do you think Nigeria? Do you think the BRICS is going to loan Nigeria money and whatnot? What are they going to back it with?
No. What BRICS does is it allows your nations, one of the biggest advantages is that it allows your nations to make decisions on their own without being afraid what the Americans are going to do with their dollars. They can cut you off. If they cut you off, you can't even use your credit card for anything.
Let me ask you a question tonight. It's a good point. Right now, what exactly is that you can do in America? Like, let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. For the longest time, the United States and the West, IMF and everything like that, had these things called structural adjustment programs, right? A lot of times they'll tell you they warn Africa, right, in your development, right? Say, why are you building your cities like the West? Why don't you guys use the Asian model? Like with John Bill just played the video, see the houses like that, you know, densely populated. That means less space, less road, less pipeline, everything like that, you know? Instead of worrying about building suburbs and everything, which means this is traffic jams, gridlock, and stuff like that, which leads to productivity. Because in Africa, a transportation and transport cost 3 times as much because of gridlock and stuff like that, because the roads are so bad. What if you had a system where you built like a smart city, which you have lots of trains and lots of buses and a lot of public transportation, like that, and people living in a pattern grid where they in the city center and stuff like that, instead of outlying suburb where people don't have to travel or commute every day, like something like Disney tried to build.
Sometimes you talk as if we Africans don't like good things. Like
No,
what
I'm
makes
saying,
you think?
no, I'm saying, what
Why
I'm
do you
saying,
think? No, why don't you ask
bring
yourself why
another
it hasn't
model.
been done yet? Why don't you ask yourself why it hasn't been done yet after 60 years of most African countries being free? What do you think is going on?
I think all due respect to that, I'm not trying to diss. I'm saying the fact of the matter is, I think a lot of African countries go to Europe and the West, right? And they said they want to bring America, their development, right? Should have been modeled after the Asian development model. You know, I think it would have been more efficient. To be honest with you, right?
Yeah, here I disagree with BRICS. And you're saying at the same time they should go. I remember America
No,
trades with the BRICS
I'm saying
nations.
there's a lot of this stuff. Look, if you can't lift, like China, they built new cities, right? They lifted like 400 million people out of poverty, right? And put them in a middle class just by building apartment buildings and everything like that. Africans have not done that yet. Still got half the population still living huts and using the old ways that they haven't heard of it.
See,
half the population is not even in the modern world.
Kala, why would they be able to do that when they are busy hogging the West? That you are saying they should carry on hogging. They are hogging them, thinking that these people are going to do the right thing for them. They are not going to do the right thing for us.
Well, let me ask you a question.
They will do what they did to the Indians.
Check this out. Hold on. Check this out. This is what I'm saying. All due respect, bro. The Japanese had the same conundrum, right? When the West showed up in the 1850s, right? And said, Commodore Perry opened up Japan, right? Japan said, we got to do business with these Westerners, right? Or they're going to take our land over, like they did Philippines, China. They looked all around the West. So they said, okay, we can't get these people out of here, right? So what they did was strategically saying, you know something? We actually do need shipping, right, to around our islands. So why don't we start? I know we know these people want to take over our country. So why don't we give them something instead, right? Where they contracted Western shipping companies to start carrying Japan's goods from island to island and eventually across Asia trade, right? So what this did was the West said, you know something, we was going to impose this on Japan, but since we're making more money doing this, hey, we'll live with this. You see how the difference? Africa waits for people to they'll give people an alternative when they come to you, right? To say, okay, we're gonna do this like way. So if they don't have nothing, they're gonna tell you what you need to do. You got to when they come to you, you got to tell them this is what we do. This is how you can make money. We need investment in this factory right here. We need this right here, right here. This is where you can make money. This is an enterprise zone like this. We need you to employ people, stuff like that. You can make money and stuff like that. We'll make sure you protect you from competition, everything. If you do all this, you're going to make this amount of money. And then therefore you got your economy rolling. And also you got the IMF and the World Bank off your back because there's business being done. You see how it works?
You see, what you narrated there was not entirely accurate because the Japanese didn't capitulate in any way. The Japanese were very, very tough people to
but they hold up. Let me tell you something. Had Japan said F you, and had they listened to the samurai, right, the warrior class, right, and had not defeated the samurai and modernized it, the West would have took over. The West was coming regardless. And the Japanese had 250 years to prepare for this. They said Japan knew about what was going on in the outside world, even though it was isolated, right? Some of the Japanese scholars had kept up with what was going on in the West. They said these people in the West got bigger ships. The Japanese knew about the transatlantic slave trade. They knew what was going on in Europe. They knew what was going on in Asia because they kept periodicals and stuff like that translated to Japanese. So they had even though it's isolated island, they knew exactly what was going on all across the world. So they had 250 years to prepare for this. Then one of the things they said, we got to learn
people out. They were sending people out.
Yeah, and also people spying. There was basically studying what was going on around the world. You know.
Yeah, but
before
that
the
is what we should have done. But what you just said was that they are quite formidable. They knew what they were doing.
yeah. So,
But that is the point. That's what I'm saying. You have to know what you are doing. They understood that if you don't, there are certain things you need to do to give yourself advantage, and they knew that if they offer the West something, the West is not going to.
oh yeah, of course. If they do that, they
impose.
knew that. They say, well,
Because
this is what we're going to do. The West wants silk. We're going to give them silk. We're going to sell them silk. We're
calm
going to do it
down,
that way.
calm down. That's not the point I'm making. In other
No, I'm
words, they're
saying you're right.
going to
I'm
make it
saying
costly for
I'm
the
agreeing
West.
with you. I'm agreeing with
Okay.
you. I said the West, the Japanese said, look, the West is coming, right? We got to give them something. If we don't give them silk, then who knows? They could be taking slaves from our shores. You know,
Yeah.
you understand?
Yeah,
They
the
said
West
they
doesn't want
developed a
them for
system where they
slaves
could
anyway.
trade with the West.
They did fight the West. The West didn't want them for slaves, and they were
No,
quite.
they didn't know that. The Japanese didn't know that. You know, saying they didn't know that.
It depends on it's the same thing as you are making it look like the West was just going out defeating everybody. It wasn't like that.
They were.
No,
Hey,
it wasn't.
Am I missing something
Come
in history?
on,
Not like that. Not like that in
Come
Japan or
Am I
China.
missing
It's not
something
like
in
that. It
history?
happened.
Come
He says
on,
he don't believe the West was
Tunaj.
going
Well, they
around
gave them
defeating
Hong
everybody.
Kong. They
Oh,
they
No,
gave
that
them
was
the
China. That
Chinese.
was China. It's
Macau.
China,
slightly
not
different.
Japanese.
And what you are describing happened over hundreds of years. It didn't just happen. Oh, they just came there. Oh, the Japanese were scared of them. They just handed over. No, that's not how it worked. It took a long time, especially with the Chinese. The West did a lot of business with the Chinese. It was when they started doing that opium trade with the Chinese that completely destroyed the Chinese economy. And they used that as a leverage against the Chinese 100 years ago that the Chinese never forgot it today. So many of this, China was a very, very advanced nation, even probably more advanced than the West during that time. So it wasn't like, oh, the West is just coming, just taking over everything overnight. It wasn't that case. The point I'm just trying to make in the context of Africa is that we seem to underestimate the grip the West has over Africa. And that grip, if we are not conscious of it, we are not going to be able to free ourselves from it. Because if you are being chained and you can't see the chain, then you are done. And the consequence of this, for me, that this is where it becomes a little bit scary. Because in time, there will be consequences for this type of situation where you are in right now. If we just remain like this and think that there will be no consequences, there will be. They will come for more. This is what they did. This is exactly what they did to the Red Indian. And that movie is. I was just listening to that dialogue, and it was so interesting because he said, when India told him, "You are protecting them while they get stronger to kill us even more," and that's exactly what happened to them. Because after a while, they get stronger and they come and take more. If we think that we were just going to remain weak like this and you think there will be no consequences, there will be. That is just the nature of life. I don't blame them. I'm not saying they are evil.
That's the nature of white people.
That's the nature. No, it's the nature of life. There is no use. I always say this as a warning to people that there is no use of an antelope bleeding mercy to the lion. You have to be the lion in this world, or at least let us all of us be lions, so that like the way Russians are lions to them too. You can't just sit there.
Tonight, I wish that was
mercy.
I wish that was our philosophy, but it isn't. A lot of us want to placate to white people, and you have Africans, and one of their first major gripes with African Americans is, I'm not going to allow you, okay, in your racism towards white people to affect us. We don't see white people as racist. We don't, and that's their behavior. And when we say that thing about who the nature of white people and who they are and what they are, then we get a lot of backlash. We call haters, we call racists, and all kinds of things. What are you talking about? That's my white brother.
Racism is a small. Personally, I'm beginning to see racism as a small part of what is going on. People make the mistake of pointing racism.
Racism is not about. Racism is about self-preservation for white people. The white people are only 10% of the population. And if you read Dr. France Wilson, she will let you know that their racism is because they feel that they're going to be annihilated.
I see. I like to think that racism has something to do with the ability to use power and discrimination against other people and oppress them when you can do something. When you have
racism is about the survival of the white race.
Yeah,
they feel that,
but they don't see it like that though. Most people don't see it like that. That's the problem. They don't see the way
that is the issue. They don't see that at all. But that's what racism is. Racism is about the survival of white people. This whole thing that's going on right now with the MAGA in America is about white people trying to preserve America for themselves. They feel marginalized in a country that they feel that was developed for them and by them, and that everything under this is under their jurisdiction. This is why J.B. Vance and those other individuals feel that white people are being marginalized. They're not having the opportunities. You have these people who are coming from all over the world, and it's a threat to them. Well, how could it be a threat to them? Well, the threat, believe it or not, is that they feel even mixed people are a threat to them, because they realize that if they go one way instead of going the other way, they can end up black again. Now you're sharing your resources with black people. We don't want you to have. So why did I open up this thing about these different types of architecture? Not because I'm an architecture person. I'm trying to explain to you, these are mostly immigrant communities. These were white immigrant communities that grew and established in places like Detroit, places like Chicago, places that eventually became San Francisco. Okay, these people got together. They were able to accumulate wealth. And with the accumulation of wealth became the accumulation of power. And with the accumulation of power became the accumulation of influence. And so they see the Mexican, the African, and other people who do not conform to their white society racism. If they cannot be assimilated into the collective whiteness, that includes African Americans who don't marry white women and want to become white people, right? That we are somehow a threat to their existence. And the only way to do that is to use what they've always used: legislation, the law, okay, to keep people out so they can prosper. They look at these white societies in England.
I think we are saying similar stuff in terms of racism. It's just that the strict definition of racism is prejudice, discrimination, antagonism by an individual, community, institutions against other groups based on just that. The reason why I'm trying to highlight the difference, there's something at the top of that, which is basically power. Because if it was only about racism, America would never work with China, the Japanese. They would never work with the South Koreans, and neither would they ever work with any other group. No,
Not true.
They are
Not
working
true.
with them now because it is about power. It's not only about
No,
racism
it's not.
anymore.
No, it's always about. Listen.
Okay, then why are they working with the Chinese?
Well, I'm going to tell you, because now you have noticed something about the Japanese, even the Chinese. What are they? And now it's even becoming that they're super fascinated with African Americans, so much now that they're changing their hair and texture and all of this stuff. They are fascinated by the West.
But how does that make
well, I'm
it's
just
not about
saying
power?
the power is the influence, the influence that they have, and the control that they have over these societies. And so the threat is China, because China does not want to conform to white society. They don't want to be white. They're not interested in being white. The other places, their ideal and their perspective is that white people are great, and you'll see them with their little cowboy hats on.
So you are saying that if you say you want to be white, you'll be fine. They will leave you alone.
Yeah, if you're if you want to be white and you blend in and you blend into the society.
I can't believe you just said that.
No, I'm telling the truth. Yeah, I'm telling it. Am I wrong?
If you say you want to be white, they will leave you alone. That is an error in judgment. You see, let me say this.
Oh no, not at all.
It's an error. Hold on.
Let me just say one second. I'm glad you laugh at it, but let me just say this. Think about this. I want you to think about this for 1 minute. If you're a Negro in society, and you're a good little Negro, and you stay in your little Negro box, you live in a white community, and you work in white places of business. You might have a white wife with 1 or 1.2 or 2.3 little mixed children, and you live in that area and your name is Biff or something like that, you pretty much can fit into white society. You don't cause any problems. You kind of, you become like a neutralized Negro. You're not out there trying to protest or talk about racism, and you kind of like go along and get along. You don't have any problems really too much in
So
society.
what you are saying is that you are describing anecdotal individual cases, but as a
No, I'm
group,
not. I'm describing a
let-
class.
let me
I'm
finish the point
describing.
I'm making.
I'm describing a class.
Would you take this thing, a lion, as a child, because the lion is a lion cub that is nice, so you keep the lion as a child? What happens over time when the lion grows? You are going to find a way to move that lion from the house into somewhere else, otherwise that lion will eat you all. So in other words, if the lion remains different from you,
If you're not,
there will be consequences.
You're not taking the lion and letting it in your house because it's a lion. Okay, if you think the lion is a pussycat, you're going to take that pussycat and bring him in your house, okay, and give him a little something, even though he might be wild, but you can domesticate him. You can't domesticate. White people don't see black people as lions.
Okay, you made that point. You made that point.
If
But
they saw us as lions,
let me ask you
they
then.
would
If you are saying
treat us like lions.
if you are saying that they don't see us as that,
no.
So that same potentially dangerous creature that you have right now, you are saying that they will risk their whole family, their whole survival, on the idea that that creature will never grow enough to become a threat.
Yes.
They will see. Give me an instance of history.
Clarence
Where
Thomas.
another people. Hold on. No,
Clarence
not
Thomas.
individual. No. You see, I've told you that you are using individual cases. Individual cases is nothing when it comes to the collective. It's nothing. Even during the time of slavery, there were very rich black people around. So that is nothing. You have to look at the bigger picture. So tell me any
said the Native Americans. The Native
because
Americans.
they are whole people. Those are whole people. That's what I'm talking
the
about.
Native Americans.
Are you saying that they absorbed the Native American? They didn't kill them?
Yes, they absorbed them. Let me just say this. Are you
serious?
I'm very serious. Do you know that most Native Americans? Just listen to me. I know you think I'm crazy, but that's okay. Listen. Do you know that most Native American tribes will not accept DNA testing to be part of their tribes? God. Do you know
you're
you
not
can't?
Telling us that the Native Americans are Europeans?
Yes, they are. Absolutely.
Oh my God. Oh my
Absolutely,
God.
Europeans.
Absolutely. You have gone off the reservation. You have not gone off the reservation. I'm sorry to say.
Well, they are absolutely Europeans. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes,
Just
they
come
are.
on. You can't be making such a. You are quite. You sound very reasonable. How can you be making such a pronouncement?
And I'm not Dane Calloway. I'm not Dane Calloway. I'm not going to say we're the real Indians and all that drama.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not going to say that.
Because now,
what I'm going
to say
what I'm going to say is that white people have done what they did to the Indians. Okay, also to the people of the island of the Pacific. Okay, not just the Americans, the Australians. They have diluted their original indigenousness to the point where they essentially most of them are white people.
So
that's what I'm saying.
Now in Virginia, I know so many people. You can look in their faces. Indians have white skin.
But you're not. You can't have white skin and be an Indian.
White people.
You can't. What I'm saying to you is, you can have some facial features, you can have some DNA, but essentially they're white people. Listen, let me just say this:
they are not white.
They're white people. They're white people.
now. Now they're white now.
They are white people. Let me just say this:
how can they be white people? They are if they are 80% Indian.
Because white people dilute their DNA.
But they dilute black DNA too, so does that make you white?
Black DNA, man. Native Americans, it don't take but one generation to wipe out that red skin and they turn white.
They're white folks.
Look at that.
Listen, I'm trying to get you to
I'm trying to get you. By what you are saying, black people are white too.
No, we're not.
No. We have
we're
over
able to keep our
80%.
DNA like 80%.
Over
We're like
80.
80%.
We have average over 80%. That doesn't mean everyone does, but we have over 80% African sub-Sahara DNA. I'm sure that Native Americans cannot say in this country that they're 80% Native American DNA. I just want.
They probably can.
No, I'm sure they can't. That's why they refuse to allow DNA testing, okay, as part of to qualify yourself as a Native American. If that was the case, just like us, who can go to African Ancestry, who can go to 23andMe, who can go to all of these places and get our DNA tests to prove that we're sub-Saharan Africans. You will never hear that endorsed by Native Americans. If that was the case, then they would do it. They don't do it primarily because they know they. Do you remember the movie about the
white, mostly
about the Osage Indians? Okay, about the Osage Indians and how the Osage Indians. That last one, the Leonardo DiCaprio did the movie on about the Osage Indians and how many white people were marrying indigenous women and taking what they call the head rights from them and marrying them and having babies with them and killing them so they can get the money.
Hello, people.
I'm telling you,
the data. Hold on, I'm just checking data right now. I'm checking data right now.
Take all the data you want. There's
Look at
no
that.
native.
You can't just say stuff like that.
There's no native.
What's wrong with you?
There is no Native American population that accepts DNA as proof that you're a Native American.
See, right
Hello,
now,
people.
yes, maybe they don't, but
What's up, my brother?
the research
All
has
right,
been
I'd like
done.
to hear from you.
Let me share the research that has been done. Now, the research shows that they tend to have admixture of about 1 to 25% at most. So Native Americans remain Native Americans. Let's not.
If
try
they
to
have 25% and the 25% is white people, they're voting like white people, they're moving like white people.
What have you got against these people? What's your
I don't have
problem?
anything. Listen, I'm just trying to explain to you. If you go to various areas in Canada and so forth, these people are mixed with white folks. They have a whole, like they have Creoles. What is that name they call them? Collar and Cajun, right?
Black people are mixed with white folks too. Why are you acting as if it's any different?
But not to that extent.
Right, listen. Can I chime in? Can I chime in for a
Please
second?
go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah. Hello, 2 Niger. I think first time we're talking. Hello, Dollar Bill. Hello, Carla.
What's up, my brother?
Listen, in 2025, the naivety of the Africans still continues. It's a shame. Our relationship with these people is such that every one of us should not need any lecturing about who these people are. And I've got people I'll refer to as white friends.
Yeah, I got about two.
Right? But if you are living as a black man in this world in 2025, and you are still wondering who these whites are and that they are this and that, all the evidence is there for you to look at in history. So 2 Niger, going forward, you need to think twice about who you're dealing with when you're talking with a white man. You shouldn't need any lecturing, or someone like Dollar Bill should not be educating you about the basics of these white people, especially when you're talking to a group of people who have lived in more close proximity to the white people the way the African American has lived with the white people. There shouldn't be no shadow of a doubt.
What aspect, what information did you think that I got wrong?
No, because when I before I jumped on the chat, because of what you said is the reason why I actually timed in today. I was just going to listen back, but you cannot be giving white people any room to say let's give them we've had enough history.
But they are the ones saying it, not me. I'm not the one saying it. They are the ones saying that. I'm saying that we should explore other options. We can't just keep dealing with Europeans because history has suggested that these guys don't have mercy.
Oh yes,
they don't have mercy.
Yeah, oh yeah. On that one there, I agree with you. It's just the last point that you made when you give him because what we tend to do, we tend to give him a chance. We give him a chance. No, they are not our friends. Okay, we can deal with them economically to an extent because they've got too much of an advantage. But you start coming up in the world, and they're gonna let you know China is a threat to them because China is now an economic power.
Yeah.
All the advancement we've had on the African continent in the last 30, 20 years has come because of China. Not because of no white Europeans. They've never changed their ways towards us. But some of us who get up in the world a little bit, who marry one or two of them, think, oh, they're good this time, they're good. No, they don't change. And there's never a good white man around when we are being screwed.
Yeah, but should
They
they
are not
even
our
change?
friends.
Why should they
Simple
change?
as
No
that.
empire does what they are. Most empires will do exactly what they are doing. That is the argument I'm trying to make to him.
No. I hear what you're saying, but
Tell me,
no.
any empire that has not taken advantage of us, if they have the chance, like are you talking about the Arab one or anyone that has the chance to take advantage of you?
Listen, no. Is a fighter is a fighter. We know this, whether they're in Africa, whether this, then that. But these particular people are different. They don't even give you a chance to breathe.
Why do you think they are different? Which one ever gave anybody a chance?
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. For instance, you know that most of our leaders in Africa voted for the Chinese to have a permanent seat on the UN Council.
Yep.
Do you know how mad these white people were with the African nations when they done that? And as a result of that, they make sure we stay at the bottom. We don't even get to breathe. That's why the Chinese, they're a bit different to us. They've got a bit more honor than us. So they made sure, soon as they could, when they're able to make the investment, they made some investment in parts of Africa. That's what's happened. Has helped us a little bit. But we get up a little bit and we tend to want to give the black white man a chance at this and that. I'm telling you, they think differently. If you come up a little bit, you become a threat. That's why China to them is the number one threat. China may be preparing to do this and that. They're not really going to do nothing. The white man's always going to be in charge, so that the Indians and so on and so forth. I'm telling you, is that
I'm really sorry. I'm really worried for us now because of some of the stuff.
No,
you
I'm
said.
not.
You should be. You should be. Let me explain why.
Go
Because
ahead,
if you
sir.
look at the shape of the world, what it is taking on now, the Chinese are rising and the Americans don't like it. And now the Indians are a kind of balance of power seems to be tilting towards Americans because for their own self-interest.
Yes. Oh, they don't. Asia don't give a monkey. They're all after power.
And Indians already have a caste system that for us is a big problem. As a matter of fact, African Americans should be watching out because a lot of Indians are moving into the US. And also, if you look at the shape of the world in the Middle East right now, what is happening? The Americans are really kind of establishing their strength there in that area. And remember, the Middle East again is against us too. So if you look at all these forces, India, Middle East, the US, all of them, they are aligning. And the only one that is not in their column right now is China and Russia. If those ones fall into just one of them falls, we are back to square one, maybe even worse than square one.
I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. The only thing that I worry about, for instance, like I said, is some of the naivety that's among some of our people, which has eaten into our leadership. Certain places you should worry you should worry about. They're not going to change. Gabon, for instance. There's some of the French-speaking countries, but the ones who've risen up, the Sahel states, I'm hopeful, because at least some of their leadership in the military at least see their light. Our people are not complete, but we've been so naive for so long. That sometimes I think to myself, some of us cannot be helped. But we are God's people. Let me tell you something. I'm not going to preach religion to you. Have you seen the chart that's come out that the white people are now writing about in terms of the youth population in Africa? Have you seen it? Nature itself will balance things out because there is a God that created everything. And we often like to separate them. We often like to separate that. Sorry?
I say nature, Africa is just trying to do what the rest of see India.
Bro, listen, without God, we should have been wiped out by now. We would have been wiped out. I'm telling you, we've got a God.
You see, you can say it's God if you want to attribute to God, but I can tell you that part of the reason why we are still standing is because of simple malaria, yellow fever, and all those things. Is the reason why we are still standing. And our genetic diversity.
Yeah, I was telling Carla on the show what I rang in about last week that I was saying one of our ministers once said we should build a statue of a mosquito.
We should
on every one of the independent countries to a statue for the mosquito.
Another
That's
one
how
for
she
testing fly,
feels.
another one for testing fly,
Right?
and all the
That's
things
it.
that are carrying all those plagues. Because you see, Africa
Thank
has
you.
a lot of genetic diversity,
Listen.
hence why anybody that encounters us tend to suffer. Like when the Americans, the Europeans came into Americas,
Yeah.
they decimated them with diseases. But in Africa, you
Yes.
don't tend to do that because Africans tend to be more resilient in terms of
Well,
against.
they know because their leaders, their real leaders, know the real meaning of that book that we call the Bible. They know the real meaning of that thing they call the Quran. They know they have all those understanding, where most of us don't. But like I said, there is a God and He balances things out. If you read the latest statistics on, like I said, an English professor who's doing the rounds on YouTube at the moment, has done a study of the youth. We are on average 18 years of age across Africa, and there's more of us coming, especially coming from Nigeria as well. Okay,
Yeah.
This is something that the white man would beg and wish he can get. He can't get that. He's got his science.
I'm be sure. You see, the thing about that
No,
population.
brother, no, hear me out. Hear me out.
Okay. Go ahead.
That in itself is we don't even get to our leaders. We don't even see the strength that we have. We don't even see that. Things are gonna get balanced out. They don't get to have all things their way. But the thing is, we tend to chase the dream that they've made for themselves in this world.
I think it's going to get worse, man. I think because of the
naivete they will have
Africans, I think that they are just going to go on and take the continent. Listen, I don't wish that for them, but this is what I feel. I think that Africans, and especially in the continent, because I made a statement earlier, right? That people that all of the nonsense, all of the finance, the $1 trillion of spending power in America, and the trillions of dollars, the billions of dollars in the Caribbean, South America, the resources that if Africa just made a few statements, just like Ghana made a few statements, and their construction business is going through the roof, and they don't even have 1% of African Americans and diasporans going back to their country, revitalizing their country. I made this statement.
Let me add something to what you just said, that they will take the continent. The reason why I think they've not taken the continent, maybe they will have a lot of difficulty.
They can't. There's certain things they can do. They can't.
Hold on, let me say the reason. The reason why I think they will have difficulty with that, but they could if they get rid of African Americans. Because if African Americans, while they are there, it's a problem for them, because a lot of the soldiers will have to be African Americans. And you saw what happened recently with the ISIS attacker in America and stuff like that. So you don't want to invade a continent or with a people that are from that place. You don't want to do that. If you do that, you cause mutiny and insurrection.
Oh yeah. Well, they couldn't put us in interim camps, right? The way they did the Japanese.
Exactly. That's my fear. They will have to get rid of African Americans. If they do that.
But this is why I said to you, let's go back to the original thing that I said to you, that a lot of the stuff could be solved if the African government simply said, these are our people. These are our people. And if that was simply said, then a lot of the situations that they wish they could do
they've done all the things you are saying. They've done it already. They declared the diaspora the 5th region. The MK Abiola, most people don't know about it even in Nigeria. MK Abiola, when he wanted to become president in Nigeria, he's dead now. One of his biggest goal for the African Americans was to help them fight for reparations. That was all the way in the 90s. And he died. As a matter of fact, American Condoleezza Rice, one of the Rices was in Nigeria. When he died in Nigeria, this presidential candidate that won an election, part of the reason, I'm the only one that suspects this. Part of the reason why Americans didn't want him to be leader of Nigeria, one of the most populous black nation on earth, to help
wake them up.
To work with African Americans. No, they were not having that. And he died while he was in detention.
Right. You see, I believe that
then there's not enough. There's not enough of that information being circulated around in the African or African American
Let me
communities.
see if I can find a link.
You see, if I believe the next generation of Nigerian leaders that will come after this guy, okay, that's the only hope you got. Because I think we've got to a stage where the Nigerians, for instance, they've chopped enough money, they've had enough women around the world, and they themselves. I can tell. I speak to them. I'm telling you, there's going to be a generation that's going to appear soon after this Tinubu guy, right? We already saw clips of it during the election. That's going to come, and they're going to say, they've already said enough is enough.
I hope so. I
Right?
sincerely hope so.
Because the minute Nigeria says kaboom, we're not worried. Those of us in Ghana who have a bit of an idea, we are not worried. The same way the Sahel nations have stood up and said enough is enough, you're going to get a next generation of Nigerians who are going to stand up and say enough is enough.
I hope so. I sincerely hope so.
You know, without that, we're done. The only thing that I said that gives me a lot of hope is when the figures come out of the next generation. Look, the white people, they know they can't compete when it comes from natural birth. It's like God is 10 over the top for them. I know my white friends that I went to school with, they can't afford to have kids.
I tell these young FBA people all the time, you need an Afghanistan, you need Africa, because you don't have an end game. If you think that white people are just gonna accept you and love on you and all that, and you're in Fantasy Island.
Yep.
And I say that as an
happen.
educated person,
Yep.
okay, who makes way above six figures. Okay, I have nothing to cry about in terms of making money in America. I'm not unsuccessful, right? And I'm saying that. So, but I'm looking at the next generation and the generation after next. What is your end game going to be? I can live for the rest of my life and relax. I'll make enough of my Social Security to live. But what happens to the generation after that and the generation after that? Because these white folks want their country back. I don't think people really understand what it really truly means. You know, you have some people that they're saying, oh, it's because immigrants are being running around and we're making immigrants scared. But, you know, don't think that when the fire comes, it's not coming for you.
They're gonna find a way how to tweak that 14th Amendment, and we could be on the chopping block.
Exactly.
You know? That's what I look at. Their mouth. Yeah, they're going. Yeah. Keep messing with that 14th Amendment, man.
Yeah,
I think they've already gotten rid of affirmative action, if I'm not mistaken. So
he's already signed something for that.
They will be wiping everything out one by one.
You know?
What do you expect them to do? I've never. Why do people expect anything else from them? That's the weirdest thing. Why do we expect more from them than any other people would do?
Because we're just like continental Africans. We believe that they're just people, and that they're going to that in the end. You know, we're just people. They're just people. You know, they just want to live and be happy too. You know, and that's what
their happiness doesn't include us.
The world is not enough. The world is not enough for them.
Yeah,
they want the Mars, the moon. They want what's already been promised to the world in the future. They want it now. They want it.
They figure we have.
They earned it. They earned it. I don't see them as bad people. They are. So maybe the best of us. People like to see Europeans as just evil. But you have to understand why they've risen. And if you don't understand it, how are you going to fight it? These people have mastered something that gave them so much power. Look at the world now. We have about 8 billion or 9, going to 9 billion in the world.
And that's 9 billion too many for them. They want to. This is what you got to understand. And if you look at every movie that they make, including the Da Vinci Code, they specifically think that there's too many brown and black people in the world, and that the only way they're going to be able to live is if they get rid of us. They feel that
that's why they don't come to you with Nazi salutes. They come to you as charity, like Bill Gates and so like Bill Gates believes the population of the world should be cut in half.
When they have enough power,
that's the dangerous. That's the dangerous white man. That's right there. That's the dangerous white man.
Our people, to them,
right? Our people.
You cannot tell the average African. Bill Gates
you can't.
Is an evil man. They love him. Africans love him.
Cannot do it. They will kill you, bro. You go in the village and they see
you talk about Bill Gates.
Listen, That's what they. This is the naivety, especially our women. This is the naivety of our people, and those of us who are able to rise a little bit. Soon as they get up there, they got that. Go on. You were saying?
So the bed wenches in America too. Don't leave them
Well,
out.
This is unfortunately, we can work with them, but you got to know who they are. Okay,
Well,
we can work with all the other people. You got to know who they are.
The worship of white zaddy. Okay, I'm telling you, these people feel that look at all of their stuff, man. Look at the Matrix. All their thing is about rebooting society. They feel there's too many people in society, that we're overpopulating. The carbon thing, all of that is dedicated to say that
climate
if we
change,
can have
all that stuff like that is root in Malthusianism. It's about population control.
It's about
that's why black people when Elvis talk about, you gotta understand, call it common. You don't have your black ass. They talk about getting rid of you, fool.
Yeah, this is. Listen, any black person that is not prepared to live in a world where the white man doesn't exist in terms of their psychology is gone. If you're not prepared to do that,
they can't imagine a world without white people.
Right. If you're not prepared to do that, you ain't prepared to go back home. You ain't prepared to do anything for yourself, because you might as well just stay in the system and just work for them and be happy.
Yeah, they're not. They cannot imagine a world without
them. In the chat, the link of MK Abiola, the guy that was the presidential election winner in Nigeria that died in prison. I said it. So they were talking about.
Abiola was a good. Abiola was a good man. Listen,
he was fighting for reparation and all.
Yeah, I've got one Nigerian brother from work. He's from the north, and he tells me that Abiola ended up sleeping with his best friend's wife and so on. And I was thinking, I don't know about that information, but I need to hear from someone.
He too has a bad history. MKO has a bad history too. He used to work with CIA and all the rest.
Most of them came to them circles.
Yeah. He used to work with the Americans. He used to work with the West. He knows them in and out, but yet we watched him perish in jail. So it lets you know that sometimes if you step out of line, they don't tend to like it. Especially if they have others that are willing to.
I think Abiola refused to come out of jail, if I remember. I was going back his time. He refused.
He wanted to be president because he won the election.
That one
has to be respected.
That one I wish, because that was a time when Fela died, right? We know Fela.
That was after Fela died. Fela died.
Yeah, okay, you're right. I believe, right? He's the real Mandela of Nigeria, really. I believe that he should have accepted and just come out and just get some breathing space, because Nigeria's people outside Nigeria are so powerful that all he had to do was be outside the country, and I believe the momentum would have been too much that he would have been the president by
I think his death. I think his death was maybe an essential sacrifice for the kind of democracy we have now, in terms of the system of government we have now. For it to last so long, this is the only system that has lasted this long without a coup disrupting it in Nigeria. So maybe you can give him credit for that, but at the same time, we as a people have not woken up to our responsibilities. You can say maybe because we have not been faced with serious challenge that threatens our existence. I don't think maybe in the last 2 to almost 5 generations, we've never really been threatened by ourselves. Like we're about to be wiped out. We've never faced that.
The threat for Nigeria is within the lack of leadership. That's what the threat, right?
Yeah, but you won't have good leadership. See, sorry for interrupting. I hear this all the time. You won't have good leadership when the mindset of people are not in the right place. They don't understand. All they want is food right now. They don't care about threats tomorrow. They don't care. One of the biggest problems with our community is that we don't have good threat assessment. Look at America. They are losing they are losing their mind right now because China is developing. That is their only problem. It's not because China is threatening to invade them.
Yeah.
Like, what is wrong with these people?
It's a paranoia. They have a paranoia. They have a need. They have a need to be in charge. Okay.
Why are we not like that? Why are we not like that? Why are we always asleep?
No, because it's the way God has made us at this particular moment in time. This is how God has made us.
Because we're too complacent.
We've been under so much
complacent, and we, I mean, it's just that we're asleep. a lot of us are basically asleep.
Yep.
And as long as we have, a job, a house, a car,
Yep.
we can order stuff off Amazon.
Yeah, we're safe. We're safe.
Yeah, we feel
easily
safe,
fall in line. We easily fall in line.
And then we can, and we got each other to talk about, to make fun of and
you know
talk
what?
to each other.
I almost think that it is deliberate that
Yeah,
the policy that the West, in terms of the policy that the West pursue against Africa is almost
Of course.
deliberate.
Yeah.
What I mean by that is it's like they deliberately pursue a policy that is not very aggressive, physically aggressive, so that
No,
they don't
they
wake
don't
up
have to do that
the
now. Because they realize,
because if they physically like go and invade like Nigeria or Benin Republic or any other country, it's going to wake a lot of black people up. So
Yeah.
they don't want.
They don't want to do that.
Like they've never done that for 60 years.
No.
That is crazy.
What they do is, don't forget, they killed off our ruling elite, a class that gave us independence. Okay, and after they done that, we got the 70s. They put the military in, and they threatened some of the military. When the military kicks up against it, they squeezed the thing. They squeezed the nail for a long time against Rawlings till he became civilian. Then they slowly allowed it, but he had to accept their conditions and their loans and all that stupidity. Now, after that, you had group coming out who were more educated. They knew the West was there. They can't get rid of them, and they rode away. Then China came in and gave them a let out. I think China coming in, whether China likes it or not, is like a SOS from God to the black people. Okay, you hold on to this little bit. Because of that now, we can see our brothers and sisters in the Americas, Caribbeans, looking at one or two African countries and thinking, this doesn't look too bad here. Okay, let's do this. And then when you get those few countries that are doing well, like Senegal, Ghana, Kenya, one or two Namibia, other places, then you got others. That's been the country.
That's why I don't understand why the African countries. Listen, there's so many countries that are offering residency and citizenship to anybody from America because they know that they can get that Social Security as long as they got a certain amount of money. Every country has a specific amount that's allocated. You got $1,000, you could be in this country. We'll give you benefits. We'll give you, I think it's Panama. If you want to go to Panama, right, and live in Panama, you can live in Panama. You can get residency. You can get a medical. All that, and all you have to have is $1,000 US. Okay.
Right. Listen to me.
Why would anybody want to go and live in Panama anyway?
Why?
It's
beautiful.
Why, brother.
Panama has two oceans, bro.
The
Gulf of Mexico and the Pacific.
There are many countries to come to other than Panama.
It's
We have a
gorgeous,
whole
man. Why would
continent,
you wanna
Africa.
live
There,
there?
you want to go and live in Panama? What is
The whole thing is Africa has to get
any African child that decides that they want to go live somewhere
Yeah,
and
but hold
choose
on,
Panama, they don't know where they
all
don't know
respect,
themselves.
right? And look, I'm an Africanist, but the bottom line is this: when you really look at it, like Baja California is gorgeous, Costa Rica is gorgeous. It's good places, but Africa got some competition, man.
No, nobody's saying that. You just like when you want to look for somewhere to travel to Panama.
No.
There's a black
Actually,
population
Panama,
out there.
We know. See, you understand something. A lot of black people you think are African Americans are actually Panamanian. I used to go with this girl. She was Panamanian and whatnot, but she went to HBCU, black culture, everything like that. They're basically black,
There's an African community in all of these places that we're talking about. Do you know there's a Liberia in Costa Rica?
There's a Liberia in Panama too, and there's a Liberia in Mexico.
Oh, you just made that one up. No, you just made that one up.
I'm not making it up.
I hate to do this, right? But we got videos, man.
Play the video, bro.
You said Liberia in Panama. That's what I'm disputing.
Oh, you don't know about Liberia and Costa Rica?
No, Costa Rica is different, but I said Panama. I stopped changing it.
Yeah.
That's what
I'm saying. Actually, I don't know if it's called Liberia, but there's an African American settlement in Panama.
Yeah,
I know that. Not just African American. There's a Caribbean side. There's in Panama. Sure.
Dominican Republic got an African American community.
But Panama is dominated by the ethnics of that.
No,
There's a
it's
black
black.
ethnic group
Come on,
there,
it's
bro. I'm
black.
I think
telling you.
Guyana is even more black, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see
Yeah,
Guyana.
No,
it is.
Guyana
I
mostly
don't
Indian, bro.
know. I
Yeah.
don't know about
No,
that.
what is it 50-50 at the moment? We might be a bit more, few more blacks, but what is they bringing fresh,
Yeah, there's a lot of
new from the
Indians in it.
subcontinent in India? They're
Yeah,
bringing
they bringing
fresh new
Indians
ones
in
all
there
the
every
time.
day, bro.
Or they breed you up. But this is what I was saying to Nadia with the figures before. Our population coming is even has already gone past India and China. You know that?
I think
On
the
the
black
continent.
population around the world is heading towards 1.5 billion.
Right.
If you include the
Check
entire
out.
African continent, then you're looking at about 1.67 billion.
Yeah.
I don't count
Check
North
out.
Africans.
Right. But you know what the scary thing is for them outside is you're going to see the figures on YouTube very soon because it's doing the rounds at the moment. It's the age group. That's what's frightening them. It's even younger than 18 now. That's what's frightening them.
They are growing.
Because
African. They
that's
have
it.
a
Look, hold on. I think this African guy says Sierra Leone selling black Americans for $100,000. That ain't worth that. Do you
Man,
know one of
what
our
was it?
members couldn't go on a tour with us because
Mm-hmm.
she's Sierra Leonean and Egypt
Yeah.
wouldn't take her pass or give her a visa? That's sad, you know.
Yeah. I
So
tell
why
you what it is. I tell you what it is, brother. A lot of these African countries cannot physically come out and tell you, oh, you can come here with that. They put a certain number to appease the Western countries. They don't really want
the
black
West
people.
will the West will
Yeah,
regard this as interfering in their internal affairs.
this is it. So what they do,
the
you
moral
got to put a particular figure.
That's what we
Once
have
you
to
get
worry.
into the
You're right about that. That's what other thing people have to realize, right? The reason why
it's diplomacy.
African countries don't say nothing about Black America, they're silent, not because they want to,
Yeah.
because they know if they do, they basically would be interpreting America's domestic. Black America belongs to America. You know, that's what they say it. You know, we're their property.
But in other words, Kala, what that is also indicating is tells you the power of the African American community, because if they did have enough of their own voice, they can reach out to Africans themselves, and there's
Well, we
nothing
don't. We don't
American
have that. We don't have that own voice.
That is the
because
problem. That is
the
where
end
the
game.
real
Only
cause
way that
is.
can happen is Black America has to look. I'll tell you something about 2 nights. People don't seem to understand. I've been studying this for years, right? When we talk about even engaging Africa, it's very dangerous, you know. And the bottom line, a lot of Africans want us to burn our bridges with America, and we got nothing secure in Africa. You know, you can't compare. We're living in America, the industrialized world, right? And then go to Africa, and Africa is uncertain, developing, unstable, and stuff like that.
Not anymore.
Africa's not ready for a large.
Yeah. Not all Africa is nowhere near ready, but the few that are, we got to force ourselves in there. Once you do that, you could make your thing for Africans stand up. Once you're in there, and they're going to be coming. What I want some of the other African countries to do is to start putting themselves out there a bit more for this, and stop ignoring history and our people that have been left. We can't force them to come, but you make your society attractive, even for your own people to come back. For instance, Nigeria. I'm not having to go.
That's the first thing. First thing has to do is Africans got to get their own people, like Liberia. Yeah, you got me. Liberians live in America. We got to get them back to Liberia first.
Right. Thank you. What is it? The countries that went through war, Sierra Leone, Liberia, and a few others, a lot of them don't have no hope. That's why I don't have to go up. Elvis, when he comes out of some of his ideas, because he's his experience at the moment. That's what it is. But give it another 10, 15 years, it's not going to be like that. When they start seeing more nice houses like you showed the other day from Liberia, the places you can rent and so on, when they start seeing that they can have a little bit of freedom, that's all you need to get a black man to go boom. Because after a while, human nature tells you that if you're not a part of something, you are not part of it.
Yeah. Some Nigerians are even beginning to
What
go
gets
back
me
now.
is Elvis is more ingrained in America than I am. I was born here.
Yeah. I know Nigerians who ring me up, say, Louis, listen, can you get me somewhere nice, quiet place in Ghana? I said, no problem. You got to go on holiday, and I'm already arranging for some of them to come on holiday with me. They got the problems in their families, not just in the country, in their families back home in this hotbed, and they want to be somewhere nearby. They go.
It's quite sad that a lot of Nigerians actually build,
and they've got money too. They've got money sitting there. They just want the stability of it, right? And I want Ghana to get to a stage, and they're working on it, because what people forget. I mean, the previous government that we had, his first wife was Nigerian. His first daughter,
Ghana
Nigeria.
is not a country to me. Ghana is like a holiday resort. The way the country is structured, what they've done with their country, I really wish I think this current government tried to change it. If you look at their airport, they completely loaning out American military for them to use that. They can come in even without passport. They don't care.
That's not factual. That's not factual.
No, it's a fact actually. I can send you a link. That in other words, it's a de facto military base that they created because they know that if they say they want to allow a military base inside their country, a lot of people will push against it.
Yeah.
So
right. What it is just that all that was is a friction between the current government that's in now and Nanado's government are very pro-West. Although he's a Pan-Africanist, he's more pro-West, which is all right. Right, and then you've got the Rawlings who's coming. They pretend to be CPP, which is Nkrumah sort of party. So they tend to often they just play games. But right now, as I speak to you, that airport is not the only international airport. We've got 3 international airports: the Kotoka one and the Kumasi.
But I'm talking about the one at a force that is extremely dangerous to the entire region. They are allowed to be
don't worry about it.
Investing in the next door neighbors constantly, and you know that's going to keep us in check.
No, listen. Right now, as I speak to you, most of those so-called neighboring countries, the first place they want to go when they get a chance to get on a plane and go to the West. That's the first thing they want.
Why do you think that is happening? I can show you a document that the West they wrote themselves, saying that they are influencing how we think. They are literally talking about American an American senator or a black senator for that matter, or House of Congress member that passed the bill requiring, because of the influence of Russia, requiring Americans to be monitoring how Africans think and who they support, and even the ones in Africa and in diaspora, they are monitoring all of us.
Why do you think they got rid of Nkrumah? That power has always been there. That dynamics has always been there. Nigeria and all the francophone the English anglophone speaking countries, America want them, and then they don't worry because the French got the other countries. But there's a kickback against the French. Okay, now you're going to see a kickback in Ghana against the Americans. Okay,
it might happen. There's a chance that it might happen, but
it will do. But what it is
what I worry about Ghana is that, let me just add this about Ghana. Historically, I've seen Ghana talk a lot of Pan-Africanism, but I don't see them acting it. Nigeria is the actual country that actually acts it. Give me where they acted Pan-Africanism in a major way, especially on the continent.
Was not them the first independent country with Nkrumah leading? That's the most Pan-African leadership.
To be fair, I'll give it to Nkrumah, but that is not necessarily what I mean by Pan-Africanism in terms of acting. And
that's you cannot get more active Pan-Africanism than the government that Nkrumah put into power.
I don't think he was Nkrumah that was he the first prime leader of.
He was the first.
I don't think he was.
He was the first one. Okay. He was the one who was welcomed so heavily in Nigeria and all that. That was it. That's Nkrumah. He was the one pulling for everything.
Nigerians were the ones that held back from becoming independent in 1957. We were supposed to get it at the same time.
Because of the Pan-Africanism, they made sure that Nigeria did not become fully Pan-African. They went right in from the start. Nkrumah was so hated. The Ghanaian army was set aside to train all the other African independent countries, including Zimbabwe, all of them. Every single one of them.
If I didn't know better, Kwame Nkrumah was inspired by Nnamdi Azikiwe of Nigeria.
Yes, they were friends.
But it was the other way around, not the other. You see, the thing is, when people don't truly know the history,
they were both contemporary.
No, bro, we can't go into that. Let's go into.
Hold up, not maybe take away Kwame. They were both educated in 8 black colleges in America.
Exactly. That too happened.
Right. That helped.
The point I'm making is
they got radicalized in Pan-African and black nationalism.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. What I'm finding problematic sometimes, like you see how this current Ghanaian president, just the last one, Kufuor was talking Pan-African. Then the moment Burkina Faso leader came into office, he was one publicly going to rat off to the Americans. Oh, look at that! The guy has a Wagner group.
Right. Listen to me.
Come and do something for us.
Right.
What kind of man goes and begs another woman's husband to come and save him?
He didn't beg him. Listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. Do you think that the Americans don't know what's already happening down on the ground?
Then why is he going?
No, hear me out. Because he's pro-West. Why? I don't understand why people don't get that. Listen, you know who his father is, don't you? You know his dad.
I don't know.
His father, right? If you look on the Ghanaian money, they've got the pictures of the Big Six, the so-called Big Six. I'm not interested in the Big Six. I'm interested in Nkrumah. If you look on there, Akufo-Addo's dad is on there. He looks just like him. He's got glasses on. If you look at the Ghana cities, his dad is on there. His father was one of the Big Six who they are the ones who called Nkrumah to come back to be the secretary of the independent movement. Okay? But what happened was when Nkrumah came and became the secretary of the independent movement, the difference between Nkrumah and the other six is that all of them were educated in Britain. And Britain were trying to create something known as the brown Englishman. In other words, in India, you have a class of people who are loyal to Britain. And then in the African countries, you have a group of black people who are loyal to Britain. They were doing it all around the world, including Australia and so on and so forth. The first ones to appear were the early Nzikwe's and the Nkrumahs and so on. The only difference is that Nkrumah, he went to England for education, but when he first left Ghana, he went to America. And he was influenced by Garveyism, and he met the freedom fighters on the civil rights in America. And so did Nzikwe. This is the difference between Nkrumah and the other says. When he came down, going to as a secretary, writing down what's happening, what they want to do, so on, he felt that these people were not serious. Do you know that the original Ghana did not even include the Ashanti Kingdom? Do you know that? The original Nkrumah changed all that. And when the Asante Hene, who also was educated in Britain, saw what was in Nkrumah, he became friends and he brought the Ashantis in. The first Ashanti minister, he had not even been, didn't have an education more than college, basic college. But Nkrumah was able to put into him the enthusiasm to drag people behind him, that he became that. Nkrumah was the people's man.
Okay, let's put it this way. I'm not taking away the work of Nkrumah. At the moment of fact, you can regard as
I'm gonna bring it around to Akufo-Addo. Let me just round it off. Okay. Akufo-Addo's dad, okay, after bringing Nkrumah in to be the secretary, and then Nkrumah splitting himself off and setting up his own party, and they became more popular than his original people that brought in Nkrumah. They became jealous of Nkrumah. And Akufo-Addo's party, dad himself, he was the first black man to read pure mathematics and physics in Oxford University. You can see him on YouTube with all the so-called top people at the time, because the West wanted them to be their man. He became so jealous of Nkrumah that 3 months before independence, he took a group of 30